6 years have passed since that horrendous incident. It was right before I was to take on my duties of protecting the president's daughter that she was abducted. Who would have thought that my first job would have been a rescue mission?
President's order to rescue you.
What? My father?
On the other side of the bridge.
Yeah.
Time is almost up. Take out anything that might interfere with our plans.
Resident Evil 4.
Thought I'd try something different. Oh, wait. Let me fix my face, as a black mama say. Hello. Oh, go back. Go back. All right, my bad. Wait, where were we? There. Sorry. We mute.
Take it easy. We'll find it.
Wow. Is this how we get traded on the Keke Deaky TTV channel? Go back. Bro brought out the clock. Go back. Another. Perhaps another time. Do you guys like the new setup? I downloaded this today. This is like a field. I figured it would be very like soothing if we could have like a field while we're reading and we're book yapping. What do you think? Yeah, Keke's in the fields, you know, picking flowers instead of cotton. Oh my god! Sometimes Pastor got me working. You're about to let me off today. Oh my god, sometimes you know what, you feel the shit coming, you gotta go ahead and let it just let it ride. My bad. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Keke Deaky TV channel. I thought today, so a sneaky little secret I found. Are you ready for the sneaky little secret? Also, I'm so much more expressive. I think it's because I have like more light on my face, so it's picking up better. Because like while I am not a super expressive person, I do have a lot of micro expressions, and I make my model super sensitive so that it would pick up like all the little nuances and stuff. So, like look at this. Like if you're just listening, just peep at the phone real quick, peep at the screen real quick. All right, look at this. The difference between smiling and kind of... I froze! No! They got me again. Imagine coming to the stream for the first time. You hear Keke talking about picking cotton in the field. It's fine. Oh, look. Bye. Bye. You see how my mouth goes from downturn? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not taking anything away from Lord Dragon. He cooked the hell out of this model. But the thing is, once you get a model, you don't just sit on and be like, well, we got a model, that's cool. No, go in your settings and fine tune everything. Do we clip that or do we not? The facial expressions, you can. Do we send to expressive, go back. You can clip it. I think that's so cool. I love it. Like I gave it a bias to the right side of my mouth because the right side of my mouth I typically talk with like my right side of my lip a little bit higher than the left side. And so I gave it a bias to do that more. And then like if I like make this face, this eye usually gets a little smaller when I'm like making a face. So versus this one being just kind of like that, this one get a little smaller because that's how I actually like kind of make that face in real life. It's just Keke in the mirror. Just me in the mirror, just... I just love my model, guys. It's so cool. I'm sorry. God forbid a motherfucker enjoy himself. Anyway, let's see. A technological marvel. Meanwhile, Mitzi has no facial expressions. Mitzi has a facial expression. It's... Yeah, I mean, Mitzi be like... At the best of times. At the worst of times. Mitzi always going through, oh shit, it's raining. Oh my gosh, if the stream cuts off, you already know what happened. Mitzi is not a his, Mitzi is a it. Mitzi is not alive. I thought about going with the whole living mutation thing, but I decided against it. Mitzi is just a little companion, but it is very much not alive. It's not. I know that fucking feeling. I hate the rain sometimes. I like the rain is chill, but when it shows up, I'm just like, oh shit, here we go again. Let's see. Mitzi has no mouth and must scream. All right. People, I was let in on a little secret. So as you know, our co-host is not here. She has some things come up, but she is in our hearts and she will be probably back in the future, I think. So for now, it is me. It is I. Hi, it's me, Keke. I don't know if you know, but it's me, the owner of the channel. I will be talking about several books today, one of which that I finished and a couple that I have started. And I love reading on rotation. It's really good because it's like, oh, wow, okay, I'm kind of done reading this book for a little while. Either that was like heavy or it's kind of getting to a bit of a part where it's like kind of a slog or whatever reason you have. Replace that book with another book. Just read a different book. Because there have genuinely been times where I will be like, oh man, like I'll have to put down my book for a minute and then I'll go back to it and I'll be like, and I'll grab my phone instead. Not because I was going to read my phone instead, but it's because I was like, what show was I watching? And then I remember, oh, it wasn't even a show. Like some books are so good at playing out the events in your head. I genuinely thought that I needed to unpause a show But like, I fuck with that shit heavy. I might hit the hay early today. Okay. It's so fucking hot today. Yeah. It's even where I live, it was dry heat. This is usually like a wet, moist, miserable heat. It was dry heat. It's been dry heat all this week, except for now when it's raining. Which, I mean, like, at least if it's like, okay, it's a moist heat here, it's a humid heat here, it's a dry heat there, you know what to expect. I hate when it fucking converts from one to the other. We got humid all day, every day. Damn, I haven't seen a dry heat out here in years. You know it's hot when even the deep south, these muddy, humid fucking ass states, still manage to be dry heat sometimes. That the balance of the world is fucked up. Now we're gonna get into that. But a little birdie told me, and by a little birdie I mean Ari. Shout out to Ari, we love her. Ari told me about a little site called LibGen, which LibGen is nebulously up and down. Apparently, like, some people will try to take it down or whatever because it's kind of like the Pirate Bay for books. And I think it's not so much that they care about the like fictional books, but that you can get textbooks there. Because everybody knows you have to dogpile on college students that are already paying an arm and a leg. You got to dogpile on them and make them pay $1 million for textbooks, right? So the fact that, you know, they're not paying all that money for textbooks, we got to take them down. So went to a different site. I'm sure if you're interested, you can find it very easily. Reddit. And so I was just getting copies of books that I already own, because some of the books that I have are, ad coming in 40 seconds. I already snoozed one, so you guys are going to just probably have to eat this one real quick. Oh, hey. Hey, Dan. Other Dan. There can only be one. Hello, Dan from, What's the Face's chat. Oh my God, what's the face? That's my whole ass son. Dear. Hello, Dan. How are you? Ad coming in like 20 seconds, so be on the lookout for that. We're going to talk about books, but I won't get into the thick of it until the ad is over. I was just talking about how I was getting books from one of LibGen's spin-off sites, and I was getting mainly books that I already own, just because Elric of Melniboné and The Way of Shadows are not exactly good books to port around. Doesn't really make sense to try and port those around to work, and they're getting jumbled up in your backpack. And I was just like, I would prefer to just have these on my Kobo instead of having these like jumbled around in my bag and stuff, getting scratched by my keys. Anything could happen to it while I'm at work. One time somebody spilled coffee on one of my books at work. I was fucking really upset. They really genuinely did not mean to do it, but I was just like, okay, I need to figure out like something else. And I really don't, I fuck with reading on my Kobo, but I really do like the physical feeling of holding a book in my hands while I read it. But sometimes when you actually work and you're not one of the unemployed friends that you have, you gotta make sacrifices, okay? So sometimes you just gotta actually go ahead and bite the bullet and get digital copies. So I got digital copies of The Way of Shadows, Piranesi, Gathering of Shadows, Lessons in Chemistry. I already had Madonna in a Fur Coat. Just a couple of books that I would rather not lug around. And I will also, I will be reading them physical when I can, because who doesn't like that feeling? Cracking it open and holding it, and it's just like, oh, but I'm no book purist, okay? I'm not one of those people just like, if it's not pen and paper, if it's not ink and paper, it's not real. If it's an audiobook, it's not real. Brother, get over yourself. If people are reading, whatever way they are taking in stories started off as oral histories. People used to tell each other them, and then they started writing them down. Get the fuck over yourself, please. That whole mentality of it's not reading if it's this, if it's not, if it's that. Like, they're like, get over yourself. This sort of academic scholar vibe around reading needs to stop, okay? It's been pervading history for too long. Get rid of it. Get over yourself. Just go read the book. Stop telling people what they can do. I guarantee you these people spend more time telling people what they can do about the books than actually reading the books. And I know for a fact that would be, I think, 12 books I've read already this year, which was only in 2 months. So, like, if I kept up that reading pace, who fucking knows? I'm not, and I don't think I'm the fucking authority. I read 100 books a year. Okay, great. Go read some more. Stop telling people what they can do. Stop telling people what they should be doing with themselves. All right, the ad break. All right. if you're back, let me know. Let me know. If you're back from the ad break, let me know. Give me a shout. Give me a holla. Ain't no holla back, girl. Ain't no holla back, girl. When you hear this sound, that means I got my Kobo out because I got some little jinglies on there. I like the jinglies, but I usually hold on to them with my hand so they don't jingle into the mic too much. But Kobo sound. So first I was gonna go over Assassin's Apprentice just because I've already talked extensively about Madonna in the Fur Coat, but maybe I should go ahead and give you guys the ending to that. How about that? I can go ahead and explain the ending to Madonna in the Fur Coat. I mean, since we talked about so much of it last time, may as well go ahead and cap off and let you guys know what happened. Let's see. Here it is. This was the cover that I had, though there's one where they're in a photo booth and like he kisses her on the cheek, and I think that one's a lot cuter. But this is the one that I had on my Kobo. And my tracking paused. Oh boy, I love when that happens. Come on. Come on, Vignon. Give it the old college try. Do I have to threaten you with Task Manager? Oh, it works every time. Okay. So, I believe where we left off with Madonna in the Fur Coat was them trying to figure out if they would remain friends. Okay, so basically the whole story is about this guy named Rafe. Now, Rafe is not actually the only character. There is a main character whom I forget his name, but basically he goes to work, he gets a new job, he starts working with Rafe. Rafe is a very odd fellow. He is a translator, he's very good at his job, but he's a total pushover. I mean, we're talking like levels of pushover that have never yet been foreseen. He is, if you chew him out, yell at him, push him over, he would never even raise his voice. And so at first he thought, man, this guy that I work with is so weird. And he didn't try to pay him any attention. But as time went on, you couldn't help but pay him attention because he was just such a weird, odd fellow. He had very particular ways. He would, instead of actually speaking to his coworker at any point, he would look up, think of something, and then jot it down in his notebook. And this went on for months. And they would sometimes have a little push and pull conversation, little, how are you? Da 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 da. But never anything more than that. And if he pressed too much, Rafe would completely close off. So he starts falling ill more and more. He would miss a day here, miss a day there. Soon he was having such chronic illness that our main character has to start delivering him his papers to his house. Where he goes to his house, he meets his family. All ungrateful, all terrible people. They treat him like absolute crap. He's bedridden right now, and they're treating him terribly. They're asking him for everything. Hello, approval. And they're just awful people. And he's just like, how can someone so meek and so sweet be surrounded by such awful people all the time? And the boss chews him out. His family chews him out. His children hate him. And he gets better here and there. He comes back to work every now and again. But one day, Rafe just takes a turn for the worse. And he says, listen, I know we don't know each other well, but here's a key. Please go into my office desk, and I need you to bring me all the items in there, plus the notebook that you find in there. He goes to his house. He brings him the notebook. He says, here you go. And he's just like, okay, I need you to throw it into this stove and burn it. And he goes, what? Rafe, what? What? This, and then he gets really possessive over in that book. All of a sudden he says, well, what if this is everything that I need? What if this is, all the information that I could ever want to know about you? I mean, I don't understand you. I've never held a conversation with you longer than like 10 seconds. I don't understand you, but I want to. Will you let me read it? He says, no, there's nothing in there for you. There's nothing in there for anybody. Throw it in there and be done with it. And they go back and forth. And eventually he just says, oh, fine. And he lets him have it. And he says, it's a shame we never got to talk much. And, our main character leaves and he reads the book. And that is the majority of the book, us reading his diary. You never get any input from the main character. From start to finish of this diary, you never get any input from the main character. You're reading only Rafe's thoughts. So you're submerged in his head. What do you find in his head? I'm great. How are you? Yeah, I had a pretty good day. Not too bad. How are you? How's things? In this book, we find out, okay, what we kind of figured. Rafe is a profoundly lonely man, but apparently he has been since he was born. Nobody ever understood him. Nobody ever really tried to. And he just always felt like he was missing something about him, something that made him a real person, some spark of life that he was just not given at birth. And his father wasn't a particularly nice man. He wasn't cruel. He just wasn't very nice. His mother was more occupied with other things. His other family members just had their own things going, and they just kind of mainly ignored him and just kind of did his own thing. And so eventually he grows up and his family says, okay, we're going to send you off to do soap business in Germany. We're going to give you some money, go over there to Berlin and, start up a soap business. And he does. He goes over there. He starts working at these factories. He learns German very well to the point he can carry on intricate conversation. He has clearly a talent for these things. And he sees this portrait, this beautiful painting in this museum. He becomes obsessed with it day in and day out. He's going to this, I'm all right, just tired. It'd be like that. He goes to this museum. He's staring at it, staring into her eyes. He's seeing so much, everything, nothing, so many emotions in this woman's face. And this cover here is supposedly, a rendition of what he would see. Although I think the portrait in the book was actually like a full portrait, but this one's kind of skewed to the side. And one day a woman sits next to him. She asks him some questions. He basically just shoos her off. And the people who are in the back, who she was with, started laughing at him. He feels so embarrassed, so weird, so completely upended. He never goes back to the museum. One day, he gets drunk. Somebody's fault, he's about to go home with this lady. He's never been with anyone before. He's about to go home with this lady out of just sheer desperation and loneliness. And then it's her. She passes him by. His Madonna in a fur coat. Angelic, clothed in her beautiful furs. And she looks at him as if she knows him. And she keeps walking. And all of a sudden, he shakes this other lady off. He's just like, oh, all right, I'm good. And he goes and he follows her. Disappears. She's gone. Am I hallucinating? Am I stupid? Am I sleep deprived? What's going on? He goes back home. He, tries not to think about how awkward it'll be talking to because that lady's his neighbor. So he tries not to think about how awkward it'll be to be like, oh yeah, sorry for blowing you off the other night. So he kind of just avoids her. He's thinking, he's like, okay, either I'm crazy or that was real. So he goes back to the same place the next night, I believe. And I don't know if he sees her right away, but I believe right when he's about to give up, he sees her. And he follows her. She goes to a club. She's a singer there. She's very much a real person. After the show, they talk and they find out they're very much the same brand of lonely person. She's a free spirit who just hasn't ever found anybody to connect with. And he's kind of just more or less a shadow in the world who's never bothered and never thought anyone would want to be bothered. So they link up. She tells him, listen, I don't want to date you. I don't want to date anybody. I'm just doing my own thing. The moment you start expecting things of me and putting expectations on me or on our relationship, I'm out of here, because people are always, this is like the 30s and the 40s right now. I think this is the 30s, in Berlin. So she's like, listen, everybody's always expecting something out of me. I tell them, I put rules on our relationship, and as soon as they realize that I'm actually serious about that, they blame me for their own expectations. They believe that somehow I would suddenly change my mind. And he said, listen, I just want to know you. I just want to get to know you. I don't want to put any restraints on you. Let's just be together in whatever way is fine with you. Well, that was genuinely his intention, and that was genuinely her intention. However, things got complicated. They just had a mesh that was too hard to deny. They had this real connection that was unlike anything before. And obviously they didn't connect on everything, but they were able to even argue about things and still be cool and still be friends and still like each other. They would go from arguing to agreeing to just sitting together. They could just sit together and enjoy nature, enjoy their walks, enjoy looking out a window, and they could spend hours together in complete silence and complete happiness. And it was wonderful. But one day they're out at this club and there's just this weird vibe in the air, and neither one of them can quite pick up what it is. Like, they know that they love each other. Both of them can understand that, but they don't want to jeopardize what's going on. And he is scared on eggshells because he doesn't want to ever put any strain on her, because he knows the moment she starts suspecting that, oh, I might just be like everybody else and I just might be trying to get in her pants or something, she would flee, which is not this is not his vibe. It's not his vibe to just be after her pants. But, how could she know that? How could she reach in his mind and know? So they're at this club, they're dancing, it's New Year's, and she says, "Oh, I'll be right back, I'm going to the bathroom." He's waiting 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, hour. Where is she? He goes around, he's looking around by the bathrooms, nobody. He's asking after her, or he thinks to ask after her, but I think he actually doesn't, because he's so woefully shy. He's so woefully scared of bothering anybody, because he fundamentally believes he doesn't deserve to bother anybody. He doesn't deserve to take up anybody's time, and he's not deserving to get anything anyone wasn't willing to give. So finally, he glimpses out the front door. She's outside. She's bundled up in the snow, laying against the tree. He's like, "What are you doing? You could catch your death out here." And she's just like, "Oh, I just got too hot. I needed to rest." And honestly, I still don't understand quite why she did that. I think she's just really overwhelmed and drunk. When you're drunk, you get hot. And I think, honestly, she was both hot and she was just really like feeling suffocated by all her feelings. And she went and sat in the snow. Well, that turned out to be the worst possible thing. He takes her home. She's already feeling sick. She's already feeling aches. And he's about to, he takes off her shoes, lays her down. He's about to leave. She tells him, "Don't leave, stay." And next thing you know, they have themselves a nightcap. Literally in the story, it goes from one sentence to the other. I love that. So, there was pretty much just a straight up fade to black. No anything. Just like, she held my hands and she said, "Stay." And that was pretty much like all there was for that. Love that. So next morning she wakes up. He wakes up and he looks at her and he realizes she pretty much either didn't sleep or woke up very early. He doesn't want to break the silence, but she breaks it first. And she says, "Are you awake?" He says, "Yeah, I have been." And turns out, right then and there, she pretty much says, "I don't love you, and I don't think I ever can, and I think we should just stop seeing each other for a while." And he's heartbroken because what did he do? He doesn't understand. He presumably acted gentlemanly for this nightcap. I can't see him in any possible way overtrudging her consent or anything like that, and nothing like that was indicated. So it's like, what could he have possibly done? And as he's, about to leave, he's got no fight in him. He never really has. She calls him back. She says, "Please don't leave, sad. Please," and she holds his face in her hands. And she explains, she just says, "I thought I would wake up whole. I thought I would wake up and I would see stars in the sky and I would see a beautiful sunrise. And I thought that my heart would grow and I thought I would feel these butterflies that I've always been told happens when you fall in love. And I thought that perhaps I haven't given you enough of me. So if I gave you this last piece of me, then maybe there could be something. But I wake up and it's still the same dreary, rainy day. I look around and it's still gray. I feel no different. I feel no better. The only thing that's different is my heart hurts. Not my heart, my back hurts." And, he's just like, because for him, this is the most thrilling time of his life. He's never been more alive. And for her, it only reaffirms that she's only going to ever be dead. And she realizes that there was just no piece of her that she could ever give someone because for her, it's like, with me being so close to you, this not meaning anything more to me than a nightcap with anyone else is indicative that I shall be alone forever. There is no love out there for me. And they separate for a while, and she's given him a lot to think about. Turns out she fell very ill. When he actually comes calling for her, comes looking for her, asks about her, turns out she'd been in the hospital for a little while. He gave her a lot of space, but when he realized he didn't ever see her going into work, coming out of work, he didn't hear about her, no more paintings, nothing, radio silence from her, he just realized, okay, wow, something's going on. Asked after her, found out she was in the hospital. He waits outside the hospital all night, and they finally let him in at like 9 a.m. sharp. Because they felt bad for him. It wasn't even a visiting day, but they're just like, damn, he's outside all night. whoever this is must be really important to him. Oh my god, my tracking. Let me pull out Task Manager again. The only thing that gets Vignon to behave is opening up Task Manager. I will close you. Wow, it didn't work that time. Should I close it? I'll wait for it. Anyway, he sees her. There's a lot of things unsaid because even though she's this open, free-spirited person, there's so many times where she looks to speak to him, looks like she's gonna say something to him, finally, spill some beans, and she doesn't. And it kind of drives him crazy a little bit, but again, he's such a passive person. He would never ask, he would never intrude on her. So it just kind of comes to pass that a lot of things remain unsaid. Next thing you know, he finds out his father's died. He has to go back to Turkey. And she says, hey, I'll visit my mother in Prague. You go back to Turkey. We'll handle our business. They almost leave without saying anything heartfelt. And then she was just like, listen, if you call upon me, I'll come. Anytime you want me to show up, I'll be there. You just write me a letter and you say, hey, come on down to Turkey and I'll be there. And so he has to go back. He has to get his affairs in order. His father left him barely any olive trees, barely anything to his name. He doesn't really have any prospects, but he scrubs up whatever he's got. He makes whatever he's got out of, the bare minimum. And whatever meager earnings he can get from his olive trees, he actually starts to take and furnish his house. So when she shows up, she's got a nice, presentable place. Turns out that right when he was ready, right when the olive trees were back ready, right when the bathroom was renovated and everything was in place, he decides to write her a letter and nothing. Radio silence. He writes some more, and finally one gets returned to sender. Apparently, nobody got it. Box full. So he falls back into despair. His mind is running through all the scenarios. She's run off with someone else. She's fallen in love, or she actually realized that she never wanted to show up in the first place because the moment I seemed like I was going to invite her, she turned cold. She grew distant, and eventually she just stopped messaging me. And he just became a walking shadow again. The idea of her and her in general being in his life, or possibly being in his life, is what even kept him going. And now, again, he's nothing. He's nobody. Years go by, 10 years to be exact. A few years into that 10 years, he gets married somewhere along the way. I don't know how. Honestly, she must have drug his ass to the altar. He's such a passive person, but honestly, I can only imagine what kind of person could deal with somebody who really is so indecisive and so vacant. And he got married. He had kids, none of whom respect him, none of whom like him, because again, he's this lifeless shadow, this fly on the wall. He's just nothing and nobody, because he said that, his Madonna doomed him to look for her in the eyes of everybody he would meet. And that has carried true. And you're thinking, oh, this man must be 60 years old now, 70 years old now. No, all of this happened from the age of 25 to 35. He's 35 when all this happens in the present. And so he writes that something major happened, and that he would, he didn't even know how to reconcile with it. Now we're starting to get up to the present in this book. We're starting to get closer to the current timeline in which he is sick and his coworker has his notebook held hostage and is reading it. So this was updated relatively recently. Turns out he had a daughter, and he met the woman he almost spent the nightcap with. Turns out that was Maria's cousin. Maria was the name of his, ex-love. And she said Maria died 10 years ago. She succumbed to her illness, and they could save the baby. And she was telling him all this, kind of carefully watching him to see what his face would be, because he swore, oh, I didn't really know Maria that much. But he kept asking all these specific questions, and she watches him like a hawk while she tells him, yeah, this the girl that she had I wound up taking her, every now and again. I'll take her on vacations. She's a little sickly, but she's a sweet girl, don't you think? The girl she had with her on vacation was his daughter. And he's shattered by this, knowing that he had fathered a daughter out there. And before he can even reconcile with everything that she just threw on him, Maria's dead, you have a daughter. She gets on the train and she waves him goodbye as the train starts pulling out of the station. He doesn't know where they're going. He doesn't really know how to contact them. And he's seeing his daughter, his last little vestige of Maria, just puffing away, toot, toot, gone. And he just completely falls apart after this. This is close to the time where he gets so sickly that he can't even leave the bed. And he goes back to the house, and one of the last things he wrote in the notebook was, I like to imagine that I'll walk with her, that I'll hold her hand, that I'll raise her up, and that she had a wonderful life with her father in it. Oh no, I can hear them outside. My children. Yeah, my other fucking kids, but none of these people brought him anything but misery. And he's just like, oh, they're out there, here they come. Can I write a little longer? Can I have a moment longer? And it ends there. And that is up to the present. And, our guy, he goes and it only took him a night to read this. He goes, he takes the notebook back to Rafe's place. And when the door swings open, the look and the sounds and the screams and the wails let him know everything he needed to know. Rafe passed away. So he feels so many feelings. He's sad for his friend, but he knows that during these few months, it was about less than 6 months, I believe, this period in the 1930s, this was the most he'd ever lived. And he believes that carrying with him this memory, this notebook, is the way to let him live the life he always wanted. If he reads this notebook and he keeps it with him, he keeps it dear, Rafe's never truly gone, and he and Maria are living happily. And so, at the end of the book, our main character cracks open the notebook again. He starts reading from November, and then the book ends. And I think, honestly, that was a very wonderful story. It was very short, but it's like you're reading the diary of somebody who only experienced what he experienced for the sum of a few months. So it makes sense that it's not a 500, 600 page novel. It is very short and it's very sweet. It's Turkish. It's written by Sabahattin Ali, as you can see up there. And I really loved it. A lot of people loved it for the yearning romance aspect. I don't personally, as an ace person, feel yearning. I don't know. There's like, oh, I wonder what my life would be like if I was this, if I was married, if I would, blah, blah, blah. But it's not, I don't really understand or feel yearning, but the so many things happen in this book, and you really get a good look into the mind of what seeing what chronic loneliness would do to somebody, seeing how it twists the mind and to the point where, and at no point, he was angry every now and again, but it would always evolve into sadness. It just turned back in. That knife that he briefly had pointed at the world, he turned inward very quickly. Because fundamentally, he believed that it was his lack of personhood. It was his lack of anything real or substantial about himself. It was, it's me, it's because I'm this way, it's because I don't deserve this, that he damn near sabotaged everything in his life. And his final words to his coworker being, "What a shame we never spoke this long before. What a shame, what a shame." Because his coworker had come to love him in this way. I don't think when they say, Rafe, I love you, he did say that. main character did say, Rafe, I love you. But it wasn't, I don't genuinely think that it was a romantic love. It was the kind of strange attachment that you find through trying to figure out what somebody is like because they won't let you in, and yet you're so close to each other. Literally, they almost damn near shared a desk. Like their desks were, you know how like in school they would put like two desks facing each other? Like they were like that. He was literally in this man's face day after day, yet the man never really spoke to him. You would find that kind of person enigmatic too. Even if they seem ordinary and boring, the fact that he was so ordinary was so extraordinary. And the way he did things, the way he just never stood up for himself, it just really makes you wonder, why are you like this? And he even says, I don't understand why you're like this, but I want to know. Please let somebody in. But Rafe was so, oh no, don't, no. And before our main character walks out to go read the notebook, the last things he ever says to him is, and he pulls him close. He comes close and he kisses him on the forehead, and then he kisses him on both cheeks. And he says, it's a shame we never spoke this long. What a shame, what a shame. And as he leaves, Rafe is still muttering, what a shame, because in these final moments, he's realizing any and all of the life that he's foregone, thinking he doesn't deserve it. Any and all of the experiences, the opportunities, the people he could have possibly connected with, because he shut himself off and resolved himself to a life of just suffering until he dies. He actually even wrote that he got a strange sort of pleasure from being mistreated, as if it was like, he said it was like the world righting itself. Like everything is right when I'm mistreated because I clearly must deserve this. Why? Because I'm missing something, and because that's just how it is. That's just how it goes. And then also, he couldn't forgive himself for sullying her memory, for spending all that time thinking she must have run off with somebody, or that perhaps, you know, she got cold feet, or any of those things. He couldn't forgive himself for even possibly thinking or doubting her. She died, and she held on to the secret that he was the father, as to not bring him any grief or any pain or any sadness. She didn't think she would die, but she never spoke a word of him, their relationship, or the fact that she was pregnant with his child, just because she didn't want to bring him any undue stress. She kept her mouth shut, and she was willing to just do whatever she had to do. And she was going to tell him. She said, I have some good news, but I want to show you in person. It's the last letter. And so he just thought about, I suppose, on his deathbed, he anguished and suffered until he died, thinking about all the things that he'd never be able to do, and all the things that he's ruined, and the fact that he has a child out there that he'd never fathered. It just was too much for him. And he succumbed, and he died with all that regret in his heart. It's very sad. It really makes you wonder. Sometimes we sabotage ourselves because we already are mentally beyond the point where we even receive love or receive like acceptance. We're so of the mind that it's going to be over. Oh, they don't really like me. Oh, it's not true what they said. They really genuinely hate me. And because you carry with you this mindset, it becomes the truth. Not because it was destined to be that way, but because you never really made any effort, because in your mind, it's already over. Rafe lived his life in a perpetual state of it's already over and it's already on the other side of it. And because of that, and because of obviously undiagnosed mental illness, he lost everything. And his last moments on earth, he was realizing it could have been different. I could have done things differently. I could have sought to connect with somebody. And yet I didn't. I was content to lock myself away. And now this is it. We don't know his true final words. We don't know his true final moments. We are only able to view him through this man's eyes and his writings. Truly, Rafe was an enigma to even us up until the very end. Man. Very powerful short story. Even if you're not a romantic type, I would say it's less about romance and it's just more about the destruction the human mind can wreak upon all things, good or bad, you know? But again, not just the mind, but fuck mental illness, right? Because that's really the culprit here. I think just that overthinking, that anxiety, that depression, that feeling like you're not a whole person, therefore why would anybody give me time? All of that sabotaged him. But mostly, but also he sabotaged him. So that's the end of Madonna in a Fur Coat. I absolutely enjoyed it. If I had to give it a rating, I would definitely say, I feel like it defies rating. I don't know. It's really hard to get a number down. I suppose I would give it a 5 out of 5. I mean, I didn't really miss out on anything. I didn't really feel like anything was unexplained that wasn't supposed to be explained. I did cry on that one stream when I was reading because I thought Rafe was gonna die then and there. He didn't. He died off screen. But just reading about like the way that he was just he just gave up. He just cared nothing about himself and his life, and he just had nothing, you know? Nothing to show for his life, even at the end. That really got me. But the ending didn't get me so much because I saw it coming. I figured Maria would die. I figured that he had a child because, I mean, you know? And I figured he would die from the grief or succumb to his illness. So it wasn't necessarily one of those, whoa, what? But like, it's not really supposed to be. I don't really get the vibe that the author was going for, whoa, the reader's going to be so blown away by this twist. No, it was Rafe's naivete that made it like kind of excruciating to read, because he just genuinely, of all the possibilities he went over, these few things he just never imagined or he never entertained long. And when they came to pass, he was destroyed. And so it's more about being there with Rafe in that moment of destruction rather than, you know, the destruction itself being the twist. This is not really a book for people who like big, heavy twists. If you've ever interacted with any media in the past decade, I guarantee you wouldn't understand pretty much the beats that were happening. You wouldn't have been completely like caught off guard by many of the things that happened. If you're a person who likes a lot of heavy descriptions, not really for you. I do think that it did a good job of setting the scene. In each scene, I got a good idea of where they were, and I didn't really have any trouble picturing many things. People are not described a lot. She is described like here and there, but like it still feels like the right amount of detail. If you're looking for this beautiful prose, I wouldn't say so much beautiful as it is effective. Everything that is written serves a purpose. Everything that is written is effective. You're not reading a stream of consciousness. You are reading what someone actually sat down and wrote down with intent. You know how in diaries you might just kind of go off on a tangent? No, he just pretty much streamlined his stream of consciousness and he put it down. And I think in the end, he actually mentioned he had another diary, but we're not privy to that. After, Rafe's death, we're no longer privy to anything about him, and we're no longer privy to the main character. We understand that the main character now kind of understands him, and that's it. You're booted out of these people's lives, and you're there to sit with your feelings. And I think that's the way it should be. A book that makes you kind of just sit there in your feelings is a good book, I think. Unless it's Caraval or the Caraval series or a Colleen Hoover book. Yeah. But I digress. That was Madonna in a Fur Coat. Now we will talk about The Assassin's Apprentice, a book that I have not finished. I actually have only just started. And then we'll talk about probably Lessons in Chemistry. And maybe we can talk about Pure Nessie. I'll probably read some of Lessons in Chemistry to you. I haven't read any more of Way of Shadows. Because I've been kind of book hopping around between summer finale, lessons in chemistry. I was rereading Piranesi because even though I already read like a lot of Piranesi a while back, I think this kind of book demands your actual attention. And so I'll read that, probably be done with that definitely by this weekend. It's a very short book unless I get really distracted by lessons of chemistry or Way of Shadows or any of the other 15,000 books I'm reading at this one point. So put that up there. Assassin's Apprentice by Robin Hobb. Okay, so The Assassin's Apprentice is it takes place in this I don't know exactly the name of the area. I'm trying to improve my storytelling skills, so I'm trying to just see how well I can recall off the top of my head. So in this world, the name that you are named is powerful. Okay, ad starting in a minute. Should I snooze out? I don't know if I have that much to recall. So I'm just gonna snooze this one. I'll get a snooze back for a while. I'll get a snooze back in a little bit. In this world, the name that you're given is sealed with a spell. Allegedly, from our character's point of view, he is questioning if these things are real or if these things are true or if that's a myth. But people are named these adjectives so that they will have these traits. And these things are sealed with a spell. So if you name your baby Patient, supposedly your baby is supposed to be a very patient child. If you name your child Chivalry, your child is supposed to be very chivalrous, very kind. If you name your child Shrewd, they should be very observant. So, our character, whose name we have not actually learned at this point that I'm reading yet, you know it in the synopsis. You read the synopsis. His name is Fitz, but in the point of the book that we're reading, we don't know his name yet. He hasn't been yet named by anybody. So you're saying he hasn't been named. How old is this boy? 6. So let me start from the beginning. He's supposed to be writing down a history of, I guess, this world. I don't know if he's a historiographer, he's a historian or what, but he's supposed to be writing down some history. And every time he starts writing, he starts feeling this bitterness well up. And before you know it, the history that he's supposed to be writing, he just completely stops and he just starts kind of talking about himself and talking about the circumstances of his birth, circumstances of how he came to be where he is. And you find out that apparently his memories start at 6 years old. Oops, sorry, I hit the mic. Message deleted by a moderator. Name is Boy. And the boy that we're reading about, our main character, doesn't recall being scared. He doesn't recall feeling any kind of way. He wasn't scared of the old man. And he remembers hearing someone's voice behind him says, "Father, please, no." And he goes, "No, you can't, he can't be here anymore. That's it. I'm done. I'm a plowman. I've been plowing the fields. My back hurts. I cannot afford to keep feeding everybody. Okay, that's enough." We find out the voice from behind him, the voice that Fitz does not describe, does not know, he didn't even look over his shoulder and see her, was his mother. He said, "To my ears now, she would sound young." So, you never know. That might be, So, soldier takes the boy. He takes him into the barracks. He meets this guy, Prince Verity. And he says, "Well, man dropped this boy off, said that this is your brother's son, said this is your brother's bastard son, and he lives here now, apparently." And Prince Verity's just like, "What? Yo, what you talking about, man? You lying?" But then he's like, "Oh, shit." He looks at the boy closely. That's every spit of his brother. That could be his brother's doppelganger. Holy shit, he looks just like Prince Chivalry. Whoa. And he goes from kind of like, huh, to amused, back to, And he's just like, "Well, take him to Burrick and let Burrick find somewhere for him to stay in the meantime until we can send word to Prince Chivalry." Burrick, the soldier, like I guess the captain soldier, he takes him, and Burrick looks at him, and he has the same sort of mixture, except he's never entertained. He's just like he's deeply devoted. You can tell he's deeply devoted to Prince Chivalry. So he takes anything that might slander his name very seriously. He doesn't take it out on Boy, but he's very much just kind of despairing over what his existence means, because that ain't very chivalrous. And also, Prince Chivalry has been said to be impotent. Turns out, guess not. That must mean that Lady Patience, his wife, is barren. She's unable to have children. So that just, the boy's existence is such a bad look for everything, for everybody involved. It's just nothing good can come from this, but he doesn't mistreat the boy because of this. But because he doesn't really, this is like a soldier's barracks. This is like an outpost. This is not a place for kids. And he doesn't want to leave him in there with the soldiers because he's like, they're yelling, they're fighting, they're drinking. It's no place for a boy to grow up. Well, where is a place for a boy to grow up? Apparently, the barn. Yeah, he takes him, he gives him a horse blanket, and he lets him sleep with the puppies. And the bull, I think. The bull, he's like, hey, the bull's gonna make sure you're safe. The bull was just like, you good, little homie. The dogs really liked him. He was playing with the dog. He put his arm around the dog, and the dog was like, all right, I'm ready to sleep. And he gave him a horse blanket. And boy just made the best of that. You know, he had free reign of the kitchen. He could walk back and forth. He could eat. He could watch the soldiers fight. He could watch Burrick, you know, as he does his daily tasks. And he was kind of okay with his life. And he doesn't quite remember everything from that time period, but he generally remembers just having a decently happy life. I mean, he didn't really have, looking back, our character doesn't really understand what his standards were. He doesn't remember if this was better or worse. He didn't really have anything to measure up against it. And apparently as a boy, he didn't really have any standards then either. He didn't really seem to be particularly pressed about anything that happened. He didn't seem to be particularly pressed that he got given up. He didn't seem to be particularly pressed that he had to sleep in the barn. It's not, I don't know if he was so much passive like our buddy Ray from the last story, or it was just that he didn't really know what to expect from life. I mean, when you think about it, your name is Boy. And at 6 years old, you were very aware that that is not a name and that that is a gender. And so that kind of gives you an idea of just how by the blow of the wind, this boy's life must have been. For him to just be like, well, I guess I stay here now. He must have had either a very nomadic life or grown up kind of distant from people. Because again, this is supposedly the voice of his mother, even if she was raised as his sister, or he was raised as her brother, you know, because that happens sometimes when, you know, teenagers are very young, you know, young people, like maybe a fresh 18-year-old, 19-year-old has a kid, and nobody wants to be embarrassed by this, they'll raise this kid as that person's sister or brother. So he didn't even seem to be particularly pressed about losing a sister or anything like that. He seemed to be completely just like blasé about the whole situation. So I don't know what kind of life he was living before, and he doesn't either, I guess. But apparently it was nothing to write home about. So, the last thing I read in the book, and you're saying, well, it's not a whole lot, Keke, is because I did kind of split my time between that book and Lessons in Chemistry, and dreading starting Gathering of Shadows. Still haven't, by the way. And I just kind of didn't get, you know, very far into it, but I'm deeply interested. When I say deeply interested, and the book that I got, the version that I got on my Kobo is the illustrated version. Now, obviously, it's not as nice as looking at an illustrated, you know, cool book and having it in your hands. And I will very much get that illustrated edition in my hands. But in the meantime, it's nice. Although it's kind of strange because so far the illustrated, the illustrations don't exactly match up to the descriptions. Like Prince Verity was kind of, it's written, it said that he had like kind of mussy hair and he was a little bit stocky, and like his like clothes were tight fitting on him because of that. And then we look at the book, and on the picture it just kind of looks like a standardly handsome dude. Now she's like, all right, sure, this may as well be, this may as well happen. And then Burrick, the soldier that put him with the dogs and stuff, again, it sounds really bad, but honestly, when Burrick was asked about it, just like, hey man, what the fuck, you don't put kids with dogs. He was like, where'd you want me to put him, in the soldiers barracks? That wouldn't have been much better for him either. It's like, they gave me a boy at an outpost. I don't know what you expected me to do with him, but at least in the barn he's warm and the dogs like him. And I think someone named Regal, I don't know if he's Prince Regal or what, but there's apparently there's Verity, there's Chivalry, and I think Regal. I believe Verity is above Regal, or in the line to take the throne, to succeed the throne. Chivalry was acting Prince, and then there's, you know, the rest of them. And the two of them, I believe it was Verity and Regal, were arguing over like what to do with him. Should we tell? Should we keep our lips shut? Like, what's going on? What do we do? And inevitably they sent word to Charity, to Chivalry, and it just kind of, he apparently Chivalry was gonna decide what to do with the kid, but that's the part where I stop for the night. And I really can't, it's really interesting to read. I was watching a video on YouTube earlier about how you're supposed to, if you're writing a book, I think Brandon Sanderson was actually, and if you know him, you know, Wheel of Time, that guy. He was talking about Cosmere, that guy. He was talking about how a lot of authors will have one paragraph for description, one paragraph for emotion, one paragraph for action. He says you need to start weaving these things in together. You know, the man did this, da 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 da. Next paragraph, he felt this way, da 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 da. Next paragraph, he was inside this place, it looked like this, da 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 da. He's like, yeah, you can do that, and in certain use cases, it makes sense to do that. He says, but you know, obviously there's an exception to every rule, but you want to start, instead of just chunking everything, to weave things together and have the environment. I kind of like when they go environment first and then everything else later, or environment, feeling about that environment, more environment description, maybe a little dialogue, and then like finish off with environment description. But honestly, before anything happens, I like to know where I'm at. I like to know what I need to be picturing in my head, what kind of place. And if I can't picture this kind of place, you're going to need to do some lifting and give me an idea. Otherwise, in my head, it's just a black void and I don't have anything to go off of. But this book does a very good job at explaining like places without these lengthy walls of text descriptions about every single thing, about the fucking, you know, dirt under somebody's shoe as they trudge through the horse trodden fields. Like, I don't need all that, but I do like a good general place setting. But they do a very good job at revealing more environment stuff during dialogue or after action. It's very well done. And this book already has a unique feeling that I can already tell I'm going to absolutely adore it. It's one of those feelings that, it's one of those books that feel like you're already going on a narrative adventure and that there's a big world out there for you to discover, versus a book that feels like a small scope and a small look into a life. Like, I like a small scope and I like a small look into a life, but this genuinely feels like you're going on an adventure and you can already tell. And I really like this. So the synopsis is basically that here, I can read off the synopsis for you. It's probably going to look weird with my eye tracking when I look down too much, because it doesn't capture my eyes very well when I look down for extended periods of time. So I'm going to try and hold my Kobo up to right here, perhaps. I need to get a stand or something. I need to figure out a better setup for like where I have my phone for my tracking versus where I can have something I can read off of. I need to do that for YouTube too. So when I start doing like scripts or like bullet points, I can reference it without it like fucking up stuff. And like, I gotta have something on a stand and then, but oh, that's blocking the camera, you know, pain in the ass. I might just start doing webcam tracking for YouTube so I can look straight at the screen and not have to worry about having something on the stand. Let's see. I got a different cover on my Kobo. I wonder, I might be able to display my Kobo on the screen. That might be a good idea, actually. Or I could go on Kobo.com and probably read it there. I'm too lazy to do either. Let's just make do with what we got. Okay. So, I was gonna read you guys the synopsis. Okay, so view details. Okay, so damn, I gotta put my glasses on, feeling like old lady. All right, gorgeous illustrated. Okay, so by the way, if you need any more reason to like read this book, I would say, first of all, it's part of a trilogy. Everybody loves trilogies. Yay, trilogy. 2, George R.R. Martin said that fantasy as it ought to be written. So I mean, if you're a big Game of Thrones guy, or at least you like respect the opinion of George R.R. Martin, which I do, even though I haven't read any of his books yet because they are kind of intimidating in their size, I respect his opinion because apparently the man knows what the fuck he's talking about. I respect it. Yeah, so he said that this is fantasy as it ought to be written. And Lin-Manuel Miranda, if you're, Hamilton guy, said it's an incredible series. So there you go. Well loved by 2 people who probably couldn't be very different if they tried. All right. It says 25 years ago, Robin Hobbs. His name turns out to be Fitzchivalry. 25 years ago, Robin Hobbs' first novel featuring Fitzchivalry Farseer and his mysterious, often maddening friend, the Fool, struck a bolt of brilliant lightning. Thus began a beloved saga spanning multiple series full of adventure, magic, and sinister plots. To celebrate a quarter century of wonder, the special edition of Assassin's Apprentice presents a modern classic. So the cover that I have up there is not the special edition. I couldn't find a picture of the special edition that I have particular on my Kobo, but there's one with like a deer on it or something. That's the closest one I could find. Let me see. Wake up. Assassin's Apprentice cover. Save. Okay. So the one that, that's very small, isn't it? Very small, isn't it? This is the one that I have on my Kobo. I really like this one because this is the illustrated edition. So this is what comes with that edition. But the thing about using Caliber for your Kobo, if you so should want to sail the high seas, you can. But it's also just a really good way of having your physical copies digital. Like I added books that I have physically because, like I said, it's just not very viable to walk around with these big 800-page books. The whole volume 1 of Elric of Melniboné, it makes no sense. It makes no sense to be hauling that in my backpack from here to home. I accidentally put my glasses in my mouth. So let's see. Modern classics, never before in hardcover, were 10 beautiful illustrations by Magali Villeneuve. So shout outs to Magali Villeneuve for all of the when you read it, every couple of, I don't know about every couple of pages, but I guess after key events you'll see a person or a scene illustrated. Beautiful art style. I love it. Young Fitz is the bastard son of the noble Prince Chivalry, raised in the shadow of the royal court by his father's gruff stableman. He is treated as an outcast by all royalty except the devious King Shrewd, who has him secretly tutored in the arts of the assassin. For in Fitz's blood runs the magic skill. It's skill capitalized, and the darker knowledge of a child raised with stable hounds and rejected by his family. So yeah, apparently he spends his life raised with like the dogs. And I have heard of The Fool. I was looking for a book once upon a time about jesters, or about jesters, jokers, Joker, where is he? I was looking for a book once upon a time about jesters, or about like carnivale about like masked people with kind of vaguely those Assassin's Creed 2 vibes. And this book was suggested to me, and I get why, because I mean, there's literally going to be a character named the Fool who just kind of shows up being enigmatic or something. And literally the main character is being trained to be an assassin. So, I mean, it kind of fits the bill. I wouldn't say that the place setting is similar. Obviously, this is more like a vaguely medieval Europe, Britain, UK kind of vibe. But, you can't have everything you ask for sometimes. But yeah, I really wanted like the Assassin's Creed 2 vibe, where it's like this Italian Renaissance feeling and people wearing these elaborate outfits and the poofy shorts and the cool carnivale masks and lies and deceptions and politics and plots. I wanted all of that, but beggars can't be choosers. I got most of the things I want, I think. I can't wait till we meet the Fool. I really can't, because I really want to know what his vibe is. Like, what's he got going on? What's his story? And apparently, yeah, this is a trilogy, but apparently Fitz appears in several series. That's why it says it spans series. There's multiple series. He appears in this series and I believe like 3 others or something. So if you haven't had your Fitz fill, there's going to be more. But this is the Farseer trilogy. So very excited to read some of this. I think I will come back and read like an excerpt from this, or I definitely want to read an excerpt from Lessons in Chemistry, because that is our next topic. I actually read a decent bit of this. I've read 15% of this between a little bit of slice of last night and a little bit of time on my break today, which is not a bad amount to get through a book, casually. And I think it's just because it is very readable. I don't know how better to say it. It's just a very readable book. You're saying a readable book? Really, Keke? Of course it is. But like, what I mean by that is, as I said in my server, this book got turned into a series featuring Brie Larson. Now, there goes my tracking. Now, you say to yourself, Keke, really? Brie Larson? We all hated her in Captain America. Well, first of all, I don't know who is we. I never watched Captain America. At that point, I was already kind of half interested, barely interested in the MCU. So, I don't know who's we. Calm down. I can't really say one way or the other for her acting, because like I only saw her in Endgame, or was she in Infinity War? She might have been in both, and she was only around for a little while. I mean, just nothing for me to really judge there. She'd show up, she'd save the day, and she'd dip. That's pretty much all she did. I don't think it would be particularly difficult to act if you're only acting in like 3 scenes maximum in over 2 movies. You know what I'm saying? So I can't speak for her acting in other things. But from YouTube Shorts, it likes to cycle between Breaking Bad, Jack Reacher, a couple of cop shows, some urban shows, and then it finally got to Lessons in Chemistry. Had never heard of it in my life. And I was watching it, and through shorts, so 60-second clips at the most, 30-second clips at the least or less, we were seeing Elizabeth Zott. We're seeing her life. She was seeing, where she had her child, which is not a spoiler, because literally when you first crack open the book, it's pretty much telling you, yeah, she has a child later on. But first, so not a spoiler, but we saw all these moments. So it helps supplement me in imagining things. Because let me tell you, this book reads almost more like a script. It being turned into a series is like the least surprising thing in the world, because some things, when you crack them open and you say, I can see why this got turned into a movie or a show conceptually, like that makes sense. But no, this turned into a show, and sometimes you can tell an author kind of wants to get a movie deal. Like, I don't know how to explain it. There's just the right amount of cliche and rising and falling action that really follows what feels more like a movie layout than even a book layout, and it is sometimes you can just see it so easily that they want to get like a movie deal. This doesn't really so far feel like that to me. I genuinely feel like she was just kind of embracing her voice, which voice, is like the author's like way of telling the story, as far as I can glean. And she has a very woman in the future looking back and recollecting on a time period she didn't live in voice. What I mean to say is like, like the way I would say, yeah, man, back in the 50s, yeah, dudes used to beat their housewives like, yeah, like every day. Not making fun of that, but I'm saying like just the kind of casual way we talk about time periods we didn't live in is kind of how this book reads, with the omniscient narration, which is just the stuff that like nobody in particular is telling you about, like she went to the house, there was nobody there. Who's saying there's nobody there? Was she realizing nobody was there? I feel like I'm probably explaining these terms wrong. I am not even a person who looks these things up. I just kind of get it through context, so I may be very wrong. But yeah, her voice in this book is just very it's kind of like got a light touch. It's very recollecty. It's very kind of sitcom-y, honestly, the way that it's written. It's written kind of like WandaVision, kind of like this sitcom-y vibe. And it's very dialogue heavy. So for that one girl on TikTok, on Book Talk, who was saying that she only reads dialogue, this is for you. And also just read scripts. Like there's something out there for you. It's called a script. Literally the most a script will say about an environment is like interior, lab, there's a couple of beakers knocked over, and then it'll get to the dialogue, and then it'll say like, oh, Elizabeth was upset or something like that. Read scripts, girl. Stop buying up all those books somebody else could have had and read a script, because you genuinely don't like reading about like anything else. You don't like the prose, you don't like the environment, you don't like the setup. Girl, read a script. Just read scripts. Like, or just, better yet, just probably just watch movies. But at least if you're reading a script, you're reading. Anyway, very dialogue heavy book. It is very much more character focused than anything else. It is so it's about Miss Elizabeth Zott. She is a chemist, and a damn good one too. But it was the 50s. I know, I could stop right there. That tells you everything. It was the 50s. She's a brilliant chemist. She's had to fight for everything she's gotten. She had a troubled home life, and she crosses paths with someone named Calvin Evans, and he kind of is similar to her, but different in a lot of ways. Elizabeth is a very progressive person, at least 1952 progressive. You gotta meet her halfway, okay? People back then would have been like, I believe the N-words, the N-word that ends with O, not the one that ends with R. Yes, I believe that crows deserve rights like everyone else. That kind of progressiveness where it's like they're doing their best with what they have, but they still have missed the mark, but they're not the monsters that everybody else is. That kind of progressive. And so she meets Calvin Evans, who was also in his way kind of progressive-ish. He's very much more in tune with like how people act versus Elizabeth, who's thrown herself into her work all her life. She's very much more concerned with doing her job as a chemist, whereas he's a little bit more concerned with social graces and social norms, and is this right, is that right, oh that was my bad manners, oh I shouldn't have did this, I shouldn't have said that, oh this is how people do, men and women act like this. He's very much more, he's way more societal minded, versus she's way more work and results minded. And one day she after having got her way to this lab, she's working on what was a pretty high level project, but obviously with a lot of degradation, a lot of sexual marks, and people touching her and all of this stuff. And she still just managed to keep it up because she knew she had to, this was her one and only shot. Nobody else had accepted her. Nobody else had sent another letter. Calvin went here because it was convenient. She went here because she had no other choice. Not to say it was a bad place to be. It absolutely was not. But it's not like she had any other choice either way. If it was a hole in the wall, she would have had to be there. So she meets him because she had stolen some of his beakers. And he's like, hey, you can't be in here. Yo, you secretary, tell your boss that if he needs some beakers or something like that, he needs to, confide with me. Meanwhile, she's in a lab that's downstairs, elbow to elbow, packed with all kinds of people. Interns, people who kind of know what they're doing, but like, blah, blah, blah. And then also her, she's in there because, well, even though she's brilliant, even though she knows what she's talking about, she's a woman. Throw her somewhere. I don't know, figure it out. Versus he's got a whole lab to himself. He gets to blast music. Nobody's bothering him. Nobody's disturbing him. So when she goes in there disturbing him, taking his beakers, he's like, what the fuck? If you don't get the fuck, call your boss and tell him to come down here, thinking that she's a secretary. She's like, I'm a chemist. What the fuck? Get the boy, if you don't shut up talking to me, I'm taking these beakers. You don't need any more. We are running out of beakers downstairs. She takes off. She goes down there. She brings them. Next thing you know, like a little while later, he shows up. He's like, yo, my beakers. And the people are like, you stole beakers from Calvin Evans? Nobel Prize nominee, grudge holding, brilliant chemist, Calvin Evans? He will uproot all of our careers. It's your fault, bitch. And they just start going in on her. And she just kind of has, she has flashbacks to another moment where something horrible happened to her. I will say SA trigger, SA, it is a very brief description, but at the same time, it lets you clearly know what happened, what's going on. And she defends herself. That scene is over very quickly, but you were privy to how it affects her. Even though she can't let it necessarily keep her down because she has to keep going, nobody's going to do it for her. And she, if she doesn't drag herself to her research each and every day, they will be more than happy to kick her out of the program. So she just keeps going through it. She kind of is robotic in her ways, not necessarily because she's boring, but because she just never concerned herself with social graces and things like that. She's not slobbish. She's not this. She's not that. She's actually very well spoken, very well mannered, but she's not concerned with anything but just being real, being blunt, being short, straight to the point, because she's got science to do, you guys. So they meet, they fall in love. This book, like, again, this book is written almost more like a script than written like a actual book with like prose and environmental descriptions and she did this, she did. You're not going to be, in fact, a lot of the book is broken up into pieces of time. Sometimes they go back and forth in time, like, okay, they'll jump to the present and like it'll say something about like this moment that happened in the past, and then it'll go back to the flashback that we're in. A lot of the book, I think, takes place in this flashback. And so she and they get together. At the current part that I'm at, they're arguing over whether or not they'll get married because she's just very non-traditional. She doesn't, and also the way she sees it, the most important thing about that is that if she gets married, he'll want her to take her name. And she knows that if she already, the optics of her getting married to Calvin Evans looks like she was using him or wanting him for fame. But also on top of that, anything that he does will be accredited to her. If she becomes Miss Calvin Evans, all of her work will be attributed to him if it would have ever been attributed to him, to her in the first place. And even so, she says, well, why can't you take my name? And he's like, that's not, people don't do that. Men don't take women's names. And so even though he is kind of open, kind of like in Madonna in the Fur Coat, even though he's very open to her free-spirited kind of non-traditional ideals, sometimes things will come back down to those traditions that we even hold on to that we don't even understand why. Why are we holding on to this? Why do we care so much about this? Why do these traditions matter so much to us? But for him, he thought at least by marrying her, he would get a family. He would, no matter how dysfunctional her family is, his family's gone. He lost his family, everybody. So for him, it's like, okay, if we get married, maybe we can have kids. Maybe I can visit your family sometimes. It's saying Thanksgiving. She's like, first of all, I don't want you to visit my family. I don't even want to visit my family. Second of all, I told you I don't want any children ever. And they kind of, you get the vibe that they talk, but they don't talk not deep about things. They talk a lot about chemistry. They talk a lot about their work. They talk about their future. But a lot of these talks didn't include these more sensitive subjects. And so you get the feeling that they're both in love, but also somehow simultaneously strangers. And so, yeah, she rejected his engagement. She rejected all of that outright. And up until the point where I read, they're considering getting a dog because because she was saying, I thought you swore that we weren't going to have like we weren't gonna have any kids, and he's like, I wanted to get a dog. And so in the next chapter, I took a little peek. They're apparently somewhere to go get a dog. So we, it wasn't like this perfect, oh, I'm a free spirit, you're a free spirit, let's be free spirited together, let's float in the same direction. No, it's very much, I'm a non-traditionalist, you hold on to some traditional values due to personal baggage and just, being comforted by these things. And but here's the thing, you'll never be anybody like me, I'll never be anybody like you. Like, why would we break up? It's kind of got that vibe going on at this moment. And I wonder how it works out for him. Let's see how it works out for him, Cotton. Yeah, the book reads very easy. It reads very sitcom-y. It's very much a book that your eyes can just look over, and you can go. Like, versus something like Assassin's Apprentice or Way of Shadows or even the Witcher books, which I reviewed, kind of semi-reviewed and read some of in past VODs that are unfortunately now lost to time. I've only now started saving my VODs, and I do deeply regret that, because there are some VODs that I was thinking about today that I really wish I had kept, but what can you do, I hope that they are still special in the hearts of the people who joined me on that stream. But in The Witcher, that sort of lore, that verse, it is things are described, and then that's enough. Like, you get a general overview of like the area you're in, and The Witcher very much knows that these places that are being described, you are aware of. You are probably, if you have read anything at all taking place in fantasy, or watched any show or movie taking place in fantasy, you know what a tavern looks like. You know what like barracks look like. So it's not gonna waste your time unless there's something specifically like important about these barracks or different about them. You just get a general overview, a prison cell, guards barracks, this, that, there's a pallet in the corner. Like, you get this, and then you kind of get the lighting situation, which is very important. I gotta say, I love when books describe the lighting of an area. Is it moonlit? Is it lantern lit? Is it torch lit? What is the color? Is it we're looking at a cool look? Are we looking at a warm look? Like, give me that look. Give me that vibe. I can run with that, I can think about it artistically. But lessons in chemistry, again, just like with The Witcher, you know what taverns look like. You generally can imagine what a lab looks like. But I think it very much helps to supplement for things like this that are kind of sparse in detail, that do have a show counterpart. If you're anything like me, where it's hard for you to picture things in your mind sometimes because of aphantasia or ADHD or anything else, I very much recommend, if the thing that you're reading has a show counterpart, go look at some short clips from it. You don't have to like straight up spoil yourself, or if you don't worry about spoilers, go ham. But or look at some stills, look at some screenshots, look at some trailers, and get an idea of the vibe that we're going with. If the book or whatever that you're reading is very sparsely described, the areas are very sparsely described, the characters are barely described, you really can't picture them in your head, or you could go look at fan art, people who can probably picture them in their heads a little better. And the fun thing about characters that aren't described very like one-to-one is that everybody kind of pictures them a little bit differently. Even if the artist says, yes, he had a mole by his right eye, he had, piercing, icy blue eyes and thick, knitted together brows and this and that and this and that. Those descriptions, those mix of traits will look different to every person. Even if you think about the most straight up DeviantArt Instagram beautiful person, DeviantArt Instagram beautiful person still looks different to everybody. Your East Asian beauty standards, your Western beauty standards, your European beauty standards, all will affect how this person looks in your head. So either look at fan art, be careful, often spoilers in that, or look at some stills, toss up, or look at some trailers. That'll probably be the best thing for you, is to look at a trailer. But yeah, if there's anything that, like, if there's any book that has some type of other media, go and watch that real quick, because it helps. because honestly, I don't know how well I would be picturing some. I mean, it's nothing in the book so far that's really hard to picture. I know what like a generally kind of what a 50s home looks like. I generally can why women kill, very good series, you should watch that. So I'm kind of imagining some of the interiors from Why Women Kill. I'm imagining some of the interiors that I saw in those YouTube shorts from this show. So, you know, if you need some supplemental material, I think it's a good idea to do that. Just be careful. There can be spoilers everywhere, you know? Even sometimes you're looking up the most innocuous thing. Just be careful. So I'll read you guys a little excerpt from this book because it's like I said, it's very easy reading. It doesn't take a lot of brain power or anything versus reading like Assassin's Apprentice. You finna be thinking. And the bro thinks he's a thinker. You know, you finna be thinking. All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna bookmark right here. I can. Why isn't that bookmarking? That's weird. Did I do something wrong? Did I fuck up? There it goes. Weird. It froze on me or something. All right. So we're going to take it back to chapter 1. All right. So Lessons in Chemistry, chapter 1, November 1961. Back in 1961, when women wore shorts, again, the author's voice is very looking back, woman in the modern times looking back. Nothing wrong with that. Just it does give the whole story this sitcom-y framing, which I think was intentional. I don't think it was unintentional. I think Bunny Garmis did a good job. Back in 1961, when women wore shirt-waist dresses and joined garden clubs and drove legions of children around in seatbeltless cars without giving it a second thought, back before anyone knew there'd be a 60s movement, much less one that its participants would spend the next 60 years chronicling, back when the big wars were over and the secret wars had just begun, and people were starting to think fresh and believe everything was possible, the 31-year-old mother of Madeline Zott rose before dawn every morning and felt certain of just one thing: her life was over. Despite that certainty, she made her way to the lab to pack her daughter's lunch. Fuel for learning, Elizabeth Zott wrote on a small slip of paper before tucking into her daughter's lunchbox. Then she paused, her pencil in midair, as if reconsidering. Play sports at recess, but do not automatically let the boys win, she wrote on another slip. Then she paused again, tapping her pencil against the table. It is not your imagination, she wrote on a third. Most people are awful. She placed the last two on top. Most young children can't read, and if they can, it's mostly like words like dog and go. But Madeline had been reading since age 3, and now at age 5 was already through most of Dickens. Madeline was that kind of child, the kind who could hum a Bach concerto but couldn't tie her own shoes, who could explain the Earth's rotation but stumble at tic-tac-toe, and that was the problem, because while musical prodigies were always celebrated, early readers aren't, and that's because early readers are only good at something that others will eventually be good at too, so that isn't special, it's just annoying. Madeline understood that. That's why she made a point each morning after her mother had left her, while her babysitter neighbor Harriet was busy, to extract the notes from the lunchbox, read them, and then store them in with all the other notes that she kept in a shoebox in the back of her closet. Once at school, she pretended to be like all the other kids, basically illiterate. To Madeline, fitting in mattered more than anything, and her proof was irrefutable. Her mother had never fit in, and look what happened to her. So here it's a page break. I'm just going to start saying page break because there's so many of them. Either page break will skip forward in time a little bit or go all the way back to the past. But you'll know. All right, page break. It was there in Southern California town of Commons, where the weather was mostly warm, but not too warm, and the sky was blue, but not too blue, and the air was clean, because the air just was back then, and she lay in her bed, eyes closed, and waited. Soon she knew there'd be a gentle kiss on her forehead, a careful tuck of covers around her shoulders, a murmuring of "Seize the Day" in her ear. In another minute, she'd hear the start of a car engine, a crunch of tires as the Plymouth backed down the drive, the clunky shift from reverse to first, and then her permanently depressed mother would set off for a television studio where she would don an apron and walk out onto a set. The show was called Supper at 6, and Elizabeth Zott was its indisputable star. Chapter 2, Pine. Yeah, I know, short chapter, right? Once a research chemist, Elizabeth Zott was a woman with flawless skin and an unmistakable demeanor of someone who was not average and never would be. Okay, I get what you're thinking. Gas leak, gatekeep, girl boss. Gas leak? Gas leak. Girl, gas leak. Gas leak his ass. Gas leak, gatekeep, girl boss. I know. This is one of those books that when you read it, you start to think, I bet people hate this, don't they? Ad starting in 45 seconds. I don't personally so far. I enjoy it. However, I was kind of not cringing, but that like little moment you get before you cringe. But whatever was said never lasted long enough for me to fully cringe, you know? Honestly, I'm gonna be so real with you. Sometimes we've got a climate of people at this point that can be so stupid that they do very well need, and I'm not talking about just anybody, I'm not talking about like TikTok or young people. I'm talking about bigots, idiots, morons. I'm talking about these people who refuse to say that anything from the past was bad. Oh, slavery wasn't so bad. Oh, the 50s weren't so bad. The people who romanticize these things, honestly, sometimes you need to be so straight up with them. You need to be so fucking for real with them. Say, hey, shit sucked. Shit sucked for these people, and these people. And honestly, even the people you think it didn't suck for. I think that while subtext would be better in some cases, honestly, this being written so explicitly, it just kind of works. If that's not your style, something just kind of like being like, this is fucked up, this is fucked up, this is fucked up, then I absolutely understand that. I can see that there's a thin line between love and hate with this book already. And I can only imagine what the Goodreads books, the Goodreads 1-stars look like. But again, maybe it's because I'm kind of biased with having enjoyed the clips of the show that I saw. Once I'm done with this book, I'll actually watch the show itself. They say, as they promised they would watch Conclave and never actually watch Conclave after reading the book. And I annotated the fuck out of Conclave. Oops. I don't know, man. Something gives me anxiety about watching a movie or a show after something that I've watched it, I read it. I don't know why. But yeah, it very well give you this gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss vibes. And I don't know if that's going to change. I think maybe at one point it'll get deeper. But yeah, surface level, it kind of reads a little heavy-handed feminism. But at the same time, some people you can't leave anything off the table, or they will say, oh, must have not been too bad. Just because I didn't say that this also sucked doesn't mean it could have possibly not. It probably also sucked, but you know. I honestly think it's just her voice, just the way that she's using this story is more so to just, I don't want to say be preachy, but just be very blunt. But it kind of helps with the comedic factor too later on. It's kind of a fun book. It feels so fun so far. Once a research chemist, Elizabeth Zott was a woman with flawless skin and an unmistakable demeanor of someone who was not average and never would be. She was, as all good stars are, discovered. Although in Elizabeth's case, there was no malt shop, no accidental bench sitting, no lucky introduction. Instead, it was theft, specifically food theft, that led to her discovery. The story was simple. A child named Amanda Pine, who enjoyed food in a way some therapists consider significant, was eating Madeline's lunch. This was because Madeline's lunch was not average. While all other children gummed their peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, Madeline opened her lunchbox to find a thick slice of leftover lasagna, a side helping of buttery zucchini, an exotic kiwi cut into quarters, 5 pearly round cherry tomatoes, a tiny Morton salt shaker, and 2 still warm chocolate chip cookies, and a red plaid thermos full of ice cold milk. These contents were why everyone wanted Madeline's lunch, and Madeline included. But Madeline offered it to Amanda because friendship requires sacrifice, but also because Amanda was the only one in the entire school who didn't make fun of the odd child Madeline already knew she was. It wasn't until Elizabeth noticed Madeline's clothes began to hang on her bony frame like bad drapes, and she began to wonder what was going on. According to her calculations, Madeline's daily intake was exactly what her daughter required for optimal development, making weight loss scientifically inconceivable. A growth spurt then? No, she'd accounted for that in her calculations. Early onset food disorder? Not likely. Madeline ate like a horse at dinner. Leukemia? Definitely not. Elizabeth wasn't an alarmist. She was the type who lay awake at night imagining her. She wasn't the type who lay awake at night imagining her daughter was plagued by incurable disease. As a scientist, she always sought a sensible explanation, and the moment she met Amanda Pine, her little lips stained a pomodoro sauce red, she knew she'd found it. Page break. Mr. Pine, Elizabeth said, sweeping into the local television studio and past the secretary on a Wednesday afternoon. I've been calling you for 3 days, and not once have you managed the courtesy of return call. My name is Elizabeth Zott. I am Madeline Zott's mother. Our children attend Woody Elementary together, and I'm here to tell you that your daughter is offering my daughter friendship under false pretenses. And because he looked confused, she added, your daughter is eating my daughter's lunch. Lunch? Walter Pine managed as he took the woman who stood resplendent before him. As he took in the woman who stood resplendent before him, her white lab coat casting an aura of holy light, save for one detail, the initials EZ emblazoned on the red just above the pocket. Your daughter Amanda, Elizabeth charged again, eats my daughter's lunch. Apparently, it's been going on for months. Walter could only stare, tall and angular, the hair the color of burnt and buttered toast, pulled back and secured with a pencil. She stood, hands on hips, her lips unapologetically red, and her skin luminous, her nose straight. She looked down on him like a battlefield medic assessing whether or not he was worth saving. And the fact that she pretends to be Madeline's friend to get her lunch, she continued, is absolutely reprehensible. Who are you again? Stammered Walter. Elizabeth Zott, she barked back. Madeline Zott's mother. Walter nodded, trying to understand. As a longtime producer of afternoon television, he knew drama, but this? He continued to stare. She was stunning. He was literally stunned by her. Was she auditioning for something? I'm sorry, he finally said, but all the nurse roles have been cast. I beg your pardon, she snapped. There was a long pause. Amanda Pine, she repeated. He blinked. My daughter? Oh, he said, suddenly nervous. What about her? Are you a doctor? Are you from the school? He leapt to his feet. Good God, no, Elizabeth replied. I'm a chemist. I come all the way over here from Hastings on my lunch hour because you failed to return my calls. And when he continued to look baffled, she clarified. Hastings Research Institute, where groundbreaking research breaks ground. She exhaled the vacuous tagline. The point is, where groundbreaking research breaks ground. She exhaled the vacuous tagline. The point is, I put a great amount of effort into making a nutritious lunch for Madeline, something I'm sure you also strive to do for your child. And when he continued to stare at her blankly, she added, because you care about Amanda's cognitive and physical development, because you know such development is reliant on offering the correct balance of vitamins and minerals. The thing is, Miss Pine, yes, I know, missing in action. I tried to contact her, but she lives in New York. We're divorced. Oh, sorry to hear that, but divorce has little to do with lunch. It might seem that way, but a man can make lunch, Mr. Pine. It is not biologically impossible. Absolutely, he agreed, fumbling with his chair. Please, Miss Zott, please sit. I have something in the cyclotron, she said, irritably, glancing at her watch. Do we have an understanding or not? Subatomic particle accelerator. Elizabeth glanced at the walls. They were filled and framed with posters advertising melodramatic soap operas and gimmicky game shows. My work, Walter said, suddenly embarrassed by their crassness. Maybe you've seen one? She turned back to face him. Mr. Pine, she said in a more conciliatory manner. I'm sorry, but I don't have the time or resources to make your daughter lunch. We both know food is a catalyst and unlocks our brains, binds our family, and determines our futures, and yet... She trailed off, her eyes growing narrow as she took in the soap opera poster featuring a nurse giving a patient some unusual care. Does anyone have the time to teach the entire nation to make food that matters? I wish I did, but I don't. Do you? As she turned to leave, Pine, not wanting her to go or fully understand what she was about to hatch, said quickly, Wait, please stop. What was it you said about teaching the whole nation to make food that matters? Supper at 6 debuted 4 weeks later, and while Elizabeth wasn't entirely keen on the idea, she was a research chemist. She took the job for the usual reasons. It paid more and she had a child to support. Page break. Oh, my hand's getting tired from holding here. I'm going to move over here. From the first day Elizabeth donned the apron and walked onto the set, it was obvious. She had it. The it being that elusive, entirely watchable quality. But she was also a person of substance. Someone so forthright, so no nonsense that people didn't know what to make of her. While the other cooking shows featured good-natured chefs gleefully tipping back the sherry, Elizabeth Zott was serious. She never smiled, she never made jokes, and her dishes were as honest and down-to-earth as she was. Within 6 months, Elizabeth's show was a rising star. Within a year, she was an institution. And within 2 years, it had proven its uncanny power to not only unite parents with their children, but citizens within their country. It is not an exaggeration to say Elizabeth Zott finished cooking, and when Elizabeth Zott finished cooking, an entire nation sat down to eat. Even Vice President Lyndon Johnson watched her show. You want to know what I think? He said as he waved off a persistent reporter. I think you ought to write less and watch TV more. Stop her at supper at 6. That's Zott. She knows what she's doing. And she did. You never find Elizabeth Zott explaining how to make tiny cucumber sandwiches or delicate souffles. Her recipes were hearty: stews, casseroles, things made in big metal pans. She stressed the 4 food groups. She believed in decent portions, and she insisted that any dish making was worth making in under an hour. She ended every show with her signature line, "Children, set the table. Your mother needs a moment to herself." But then a prominent reporter wrote an article entitled "Why We'll Eat Whatever She Dishes Out," and in passing referred to her as Luscious Lizzie, a nickname that, because it was both apt and alliterative, stuck with her as quickly as it did the paper it was printed on. From that day forward, strangers called her Luscious, but her daughter, Madeline, called her Mom, and although she was just a child, Madeline could already see the nickname belittle her mother's talents. She was a chemist, not a TV cook, and Elizabeth, self-conscious in front of her only child, felt ashamed. Sometimes Elizabeth lay in bed at night and wondered how her life came to this, but the wonder never lasted long because she already knew. His name was Calvin Evans. All right, so that goes to chapter 3. So that starts us with Hastings Research Institute 10 years earlier. So that's where it starts describing Calvin, or telling you about like Calvin, who he is, how he, got to be who he is, and yada yada. And Calvin's cool, I'm cool with him. I like Calvin. But that part, the pacing is pretty breakneck. I don't think you can get much more breakneck than time skipping around all the time. There's just no way for you to get much more breakneck than that, than just having a blank book with one page. And the page just both says, or I guess it's not blank, but the page just says the beginning, the end. That's the fastest pacing I could possibly think of other than this. Basically, yeah, it goes like I taught you. Yeah, she meets Calvin. They have a fundamental different way of like how their future should be, and let's see how it works out for them, Cotton. At the point I'm at, they just called off the engagement, but they're kind of compromising with a dog instead of a child, and I'm very sure that he definitely still wants a child, because I think he is lonely, not by choice. She is alone by choice, or was alone by choice. So for him, he still wants these kind of integral things, a little non-traditional, but people who are like a little bit outside of the box, but still very much find comfort in being in the box. He's very much one of those people. And let me move my camera down a little bit. That's too much. That's way too much. There we go. Yeah, he's one of those people who still feels comfort in traditions, and so they're butting heads a little bit. They call off the engagement. They're okay for now. They're gonna get a dog, but inevitably they're gonna come up short, and also she has a child. So apparently, that whole no child thing. We'll see if she changes her mind or how, or if it was an accident. I'll find that out, and I shall report back to you all if you should so want. Like I said, very easy read, very easy on the eyes, just goes straight. So if you're looking for something that is very much a tea and crumpets read, like not at all hard, I wouldn't call it so much cozy, but I would call it just a lightweight. Okay, wow, hi Dan. Hello friend, let me get Hyrule Warriors. This son of a bitch. Wow. How long have you been here? Did you just get here, or did you wait for the ample opportunity to make me lick Hyrule Warriors? Yes, for 600 Nolans. On only 600 Nolans, people. Hi, friend. You can make me lick a Switch cartridge, which famously tastes awful. And the worst thing is I don't have anything to drink by me. You been lurking? Hell yeah. This one's for Dan. 1, 2. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, I don't even have anything nearby to drink. This is... Unless I want to drink that radioactive lemonade that I keep forgetting to pour out. It's been sitting there. Oh my god. I can only compare it to what I assume licking a sewer pipe must taste like. But it's like kind of mildish. And that's almost what makes it worse. Because it's just kind of lurking, like Dan was. Welcome to the stream, Dan. Our lurker. Alright. I need to increase the price on that. So that's pretty much lessons in chemistry. For some reason, and it's let me find it. Lessons in chemistry book cover. Certified lurker fool. I pitted fool. All right, man. All right, Mr. T, Mr. D. So I'm gonna show you guys the book cover. So with this book being clearly a feminist theme, tell me why the publishers, keep your eye out for this, made this the book cover? Why does she look like she's gaslighting, gatekeeping, girl bossing, and doing a little chemistry on the side? Honestly, there's a term called chicklet. I don't know how I feel about the term chicklet, but this was the cover that was sold in the US. And when she said, hey, man, I don't really want that to be the cover of my book because it's giving you this idea that it's this cutesy little meet cute chemistry book, when I think I have a kind of tone in it that is at sometimes it's funny and other times serious, and I'm talking about very serious topics. I mean, like, literally SA happens in this book. Like, this is not like just cute little meet cute ooh woo woo ooh woo. Why would they go and do this? This is making you think it's one of those other books where it's just like about two people meeting, falling in love, and the most quirky thing is they named their cat Big Chungus. You know? Like, but that's not that. So she's like, but in the UK, it's this excellent cover, which is the one that I put on my Kobo. So I don't have to look at that god awful like graphic design is my passion chicklet. Nothing wrong with chicklet, you know, but that's not the vibe. That's not even close to the vibe. So there's also another variation of this one, but I much enjoy this one. But anyway, that was lessons in chemistry. Now I would like to talk about, so we talked about Assassin's Apprentice. Fucking definitely gonna be my main squeeze right now. Sorry, Way of Shadows, but Assassin's Apprentice came in and uprooted everything you had going on. I can briefly talk over Piranesi. This is the, okay, I'm gonna put the author's name in the chat real quick, because she did give it out for free. And let me see, open Caliber. She did give it out for free on Tumblr for you to use as your book cover, or I assume I'm sorry, they, whoever, whatever they go by. Let's see, the author's name. Okay, I'm gonna put it in chat. Cover by, because the original cover for Piranesi is not this, but I really liked this one. Oh, here, I'll just type it out. It's Centrip on Tumblr. There. Okay, so cover art is by Centrip on Tumblr. I really like this cover for Piranesi. I just think it's really beautiful. Because he lives in this house, this amazing like house. It's like it's another dimension, and there's over 100 halls in this place at least. I mean, he's at the point that I'm at, he counted it to like 88 or so. So yeah, there's a lot. Let me read you the synopsis. It's one of those mind-bending books that is not really trying to you know, like those books that are trying to confuse you. It doesn't really feel like it's trying to confuse you. It's just there's a world that even the guy in the world is trying to make sense of it. So, but he also just enjoys it. He just enjoys the house. He enjoys the nature within the house. He enjoys the odd things that happen. He records it. He makes his own, he prepares his own food. He just does his thing. He's not even tripping. There are other people in the house, and they have other feelings about it. But he's just really respectful to the house. Like, he found some bones, and he was just like, "Oh my gosh, these people used to live here." And he'll bring things to the bones. He'll leave things. He'll pay respects to the bones. He's just a very respectful guy. He just really cares for the house, and he just has this appreciation to him that is very just admirable, you know? So I'm gonna snooze this ad because fuck it. So Piranesi. Piranesi's house is no ordinary building. Its rooms are infinite. Its corridors endless. Its walls are lined with thousands upon thousands of statues, each one different from all the others. Within the labyrinth of halls is an ocean imprisoned. Waves thunder up staircases. Rooms are flooded in an instant, but Piranesi is not afraid. He understands the ties and understands the pattern of the labyrinth itself. He lives to explore the house. There is one other person in the house, a man called the Other, who visits Piranesi twice a week and asks for help with research into a great and secret knowledge. But as Piranesi explores, evidence emerges of another person, and a terrible truth begins to unravel, revealing a world beyond the one Piranesi has always known. For readers of Neil Gaiman's, and it just trails off there for some reason. I don't know. I got an incomplete description somehow. But yeah, it's very mind bendy, but in the very fun way, and not like the crack house way. You know, it's not trying to confuse you, but like at the same time, it's hard to make tails or heads of this place. You know. It's just a mind-bendy place, and you get a nice little look into it. And then I assume, because the book is very short, I think the book is just under 300 pages, and you get a little sliver into the look of this world, and then I imagine you're snatched out of it. So, because yeah, I think I had left off halfway into this book, but again, I think a book like this deserves to be read in 1 or 2 sittings where you actually digest what's going on, because jumping back in and him being like, "Oh yeah, so yeah, the third northern hall and the statue of the lady with the bees and the, flooded area and the double," I'm like, sure, what the hell, sure. What the hell, sure, run the bullshit, go. Like, a book like this, like, while it's still fresh in your mind, you deserve to understand, at least understand what he understands, and to go from there. So part 1 is just called Piranesi. So there's only 7 chapters. 1 is Piranesi, part 2 is the Other, part 3 is the Prophet, part 4 is 16. I think I left off somewhere around the Prophet, which, for this being such a short book, that's more or less halfway in, even though there's 7. I don't know how long the chapters are. Part 4 is 16. Part 5 is Valentine Ketterly. Part 6 is Wave. And part 7 is Rose Sorensen. And then the last part is just a note on the author. Very short, sweet book. All right, so I've read some of this before, but again, it only exists in the hearts and the minds of people I read it to, or the people who watched the VODs, because hi VOD watchers, hi from the past. How's the future? Does it still suck? I bet it does. When I read it before, I didn't really get it. Now that I've read a little bit of it, I kind of get more of it, so it shouldn't be so confusing. But it's a ride. So I forgot what I was gonna say. I accidentally skipped ahead too much when I was trying to figure out, because I had gotten a preview of it. No, I had checked it out from Overdrive, which is just Libby. Libby and Overdrive are ways that you can check out digital copies of a book. And you say, digital copy, shouldn't it be infinite? Well, if they bought 10 keys to these like digital copies, no, not infinite. So they're lending the keys, basically transferring the license to you for a couple weeks, and then they take the license back. Technically, it should be unlimited because it's digital, and physical, not the same, right? But that's how digital library works. So my library ran out, and you can't actually look back at the book once your library version has expired. So I don't know where I left off. So that sucks. And I accidentally saw like a spoiler, but I think I was very close to that part anyway. And I think it then in the synopsis it said there's evidence that there's another person. So, Not really that big of a spoiler. But anyway, Piranesi, Part 1. When the moon rose in the third northern hall, I went to the ninth vestibule. I gotta say, this book is formatted strangely. It's got paragraphs, but it's all together. It's not a lot of page breaks. It's written kind of oddly. Entry for the first day of the 5th month in the year the albatross came to the southwestern halls. That's how he chronologizes time. Is that a word? That's how he keeps track of time. Entry for the first day of the 5th month in the year where the albatross came to the southwestern halls. It'll make sense a little bit later on when he explains his rule for timekeeping. Even though I didn't quite exactly understand it, you'll kind of get it. When the moon rose in the third northern hall, I went to the ninth vestibule to witness the joining of the 3 tides. This is something that happens only once every 8 years. The ninth vestibule is remarkable for the 3 great staircases it contains. Its walls are lined with marble statues, hundreds upon hundreds of them, tier upon tier, rising into distant heights. I climbed up the western wall until I reached the statue of a woman carrying a beehive, 15 meters above the pavement. The woman is 2 or 3 times my own height, and the beehive is covered with marble bees the size of a thumb. One bee, this always gives me a slight sensation of queasiness, crawls over her left eye. I squeezed myself into the woman's niche and waited until I heard the tides roaring up the lower halls and felt the walls vibrating with the force of what was about to happen. First came the tide from the far eastern halls. This tide ascended the easternmost staircase without violence. It had no color to speak of, and its waters were no more than ankle deep. It spread a gray mirror across the pavement, and the surface of which marveled with streaks of milky foam. Next came the tide from the western halls. This tide thundered up the westernmost staircase and hit the eastern wall with a great clap, making all the statues tremble. Its foam was the white of old fish bones, and its churning depths were pewter. Within seconds, its waters were as high as the waists of the first tier of statues. Last came the tide up from the northern halls. It hurled itself up the middle staircase, filling the vestibule with an explosion of glittering, ice-white foam. I was drenched and blinded. When I could see again, the waters were cascading down the statues. It was then that I realized I made the mistake of calculating the volumes of the second and third tides. A towering peak of water swept up where I crouched. A great hand of water reached out to pluck me from the wall. I flung my arms around the legs of the woman, carrying the beehive, and prayed to the house to protect me. The waters covered me, and for a moment I was surrounded by the strange silence that comes when the sea sweeps over you and drowns you in its own sounds. I thought I was going to die, or else I would be swept away to the unknown halls, far from the rush and the thrum of the familiar tides. I clung on. Then, just as suddenly as it began, it was over. Then the joined tides swept into the surrounding halls. I heard the thunder and crack as the tides struck the walls. The waters in the ninth vestibule sank rapidly down until they barely covered the plinths of the first tier of statues. I realized I was holding on to something. I opened my hand and found a marble finger from some faraway statue that the tides had placed there. The beauty of the house is immeasurable, its kindness infinite. Paragraph break. A description of the world. Entry for the 7th day of the 5th month in the year the albatross came to the southwestern halls. I am determined to explore as much of the world as I can in my lifetime. To this end, I have traveled as far as the 960th hall to the west. Wow, that's a lot. To the 890th hall. See, it's written out instead of written in numbers, so that's why it's tripping me up. So let me start again. To this end, I have traveled as far as the 960th hall to the west, the 890th hall to the north, and the 768th hall to the south. I have climbed up to the upper halls where the clouds move in slow procession and the statues suddenly appear out of the mists. I have explored the drowned halls where the dark waters are carpeted with white water lilies. I have seen the derelict halls of the east where ceilings, floors, and sometimes even walls have collapsed in the dimness is split by shafts of gray light. In these places I have stood in doorways and looked ahead. I have never seen any indication that the world was coming to an end, but only the regular progression of the halls and passageways into the far distance. No hall, no vestibule, no staircase, no passage is without its statues. In most halls, they cover all the available space, though here and there you will find an empty plinth, niche, or apse. even a blank space on a wall otherwise encrusted with statues. These absences are as mysterious in their way as the statues themselves. I have observed that, while the statues of a particular hall are more or less uniform in size, there is a considerable variation between halls. In some places, the figures are 2 or 3 times the height of a human being. In others, more or less life-sized, and yet others only reach as high as the shoulder. The drowned halls contain statues that are gigantic and 15 to 20 meters high, but they are the exception. I have begun a catalog in which I intend to record position, size, and subject of each statue and any other points of interest. So far, I have completed the first and second southwestern halls and am engaged on the third. The enormity of this task sometimes makes me feel a little dizzy, but as a scientist and an explorer, I have a duty to bear witness to the splendors of the world. The windows of the house look out upon great courtyards, barren, empty places paved with stone. The courtyards are generally 4-sided, although now and then you will come upon one with 6 sides, or 8, or even, these are rather strange and gloomy, only 3. Very liminal. That's me saying that. Very liminal. Outside the house, there are only celestial objects: sun, moon, and stars. Huh. So objects and not like actual sun and moon and stars, I guess. The house has 3 levels. The lower halls are the domain of the tides. Their windows, when seen from across the courtyards, are gray-green and restless waters and white with the splatter of foam. The lower halls provide nourishment in the form of fish, crustaceans, and sea vegetation. The upper halls are, as I said, the domain of the clouds, where the windows are gray, white, and misty. Sometimes you will see a whole line of windows suddenly illuminated by a flash of lightning. The upper halls give fresh water, which is shed in the vestibules in the form of rain and flows in streams down the walls and staircases. Between these 2 largely uninhabitable levels are the middle halls, which is the domain of birds and men. The beautiful orderliness of the house is what gives us life. This morning I looked out of the window of the 18th and southwestern. This morning I looked out of a window in the 18th southeastern hall. And on the other side of the courtyard, I saw the other looking out of a window. The window was tall and dark. The other's noble head, with his high forehead and neatly trimmed beard, was framed in one corner. He was lost in thought, as he so often is. I waved to him. He did not see me. I waved more extravagantly. I jumped up and down with great energy, but the windows of the house are many, and he did not see me. Paragraph break. A list of all people who have ever lived and what is known of them. I'm going to move my kobold to this side again. Since the world began, it is certain that there have existed 15 people. Wow, only 15? So many. Possibly there have been more, but I am a scientist and must proceed according to evidence. Of the 15 people whose existence is verifiable, only myself and the other are now living. I will now name the 15 people and give, where relevant, their positions. First person, myself. I believe I am between 30 and 35 years of age. I am approximately 1.83 meters tall and of a slender build. Second person, the other. I estimate the other's age to be between 50 and 60. He is approximately 1.88 meters tall and, like me, of a slender build. He is strong and fit for his age. His skin is a pale olive color. His short hair and mustache are dark brown. He has a beard that is graying, almost white, and is neatly trimmed and slightly pointed. The bones of his skull are particularly fine with high aristocratic cheekbones and a tall, impressive forehead. Wow, damn, boy. That forehead is impressive. The overall impression he gives is of a friendly but slightly austere person devoted to the life of the intellect. He is a scientist like me, and the only other living human being, so naturally I value his friendship highly. The other believes that there is a great and secret knowledge hidden somewhere in the world that will grant us enormous power once we have discovered it. What this knowledge consists of, he is not entirely sure, but at various times he has suggested that it may include the following: vanquishing death and becoming immortal, learning by a process of telepathy what other people are thinking, transforming ourselves into eagles and flying through the air, transforming ourselves into fish and swimming through the tides, moving objects using only our thoughts, snuffing out and reigniting the sun and stars, dominating lesser intellects and bending them to our will. The other and I are searching diligently for this knowledge. We meet twice a week, on Tuesdays and Fridays, to discuss our work. The other organizes his time meticulously and never permits our meetings to last longer than 1 hour. If he requires my presence at other times, he calls out, "Piranesi!" until I come. Piranesi. It is what he calls me, which is strange because as far as I remember, it is not my name. So, right now you're thinking, what is your name? Who are you? He only described himself as, I believe I am 2 and 3 between 2 and 3 between 30 and 35 years of age. I am approximately 1.83 meters tall and of a slender build. So he knows he's an adult, and he knows he's slender, and he knows he's 1.83 meters tall. However tall that fucking is, I don't know. I don't speak meters. And that's it. That's all he knows about himself. And he doesn't even, either he doesn't know his name or he doesn't feel the need to record it. He's a strange fellow. I give him that. Third person, the Biscuit Box Man. The Biscuit Box Man is a skeleton that resides in an empty niche in the third northwestern hall. The bones have been ordered in a particular way. Long ones of a similar size have been collected and tied together with twine made from seaweed. To the right is placed the skull, and to the left is a biscuit box containing all the small bones, finger bones, toe bones, vertebrae, etc. The biscuit box is red. It has a picture of biscuits and bears the legend Huntley Palmer's and Family Circle. There's a picture of biscuits and bears the legend Huntley Palmer's and Family Circle. Oh, hey! Hey, Barrett, what's up? We're reading Pure Nessie. When I first discovered the Biscuit Box Man, the seaweed twine had dried up and fallen apart, and he had become rather untidy. I made new twine from fish leather and tied up his bundles of bones again. Now he is in good order once more. Fourth person, the concealed person. One day 3 years ago, I climbed a staircase in the 13th vestibule. Finding that the clouds had departed from the region of the upper halls and that they were bright, clear and filled with sunlight, I determined to explore further. In one of the halls, the one positioned directly above the 18th and northeastern hall, I found a half-collapsed skeleton wedged in a narrow space between the plinth and the wall. From the current disposition of the bones, I believe it was originally in a sitting position with the knees drawn up to the chin. I have been unable to learn the gender. If I took the bones out to examine them, I could never get them back again. Persons 5 to 14, the people of the alcove. The people of the alcove are all skeletal. Their bones laid side by side on an empty plinth in the northmost alcove of the 14th southeastern hall. I have tentatively identified 3 skeletons as female and 3 as male. There are 4 whose gender I cannot determine with any certainty. Of one of those I have named the Fish Leather Man. The skeleton of the Fish Leather Man is incomplete, as many of the bones are much worn away by the tides. Some are scarcely more than little pebbles of bone. There are small holes bored in the ends of some of them and fragments of fish leather. From this I draw several conclusions. 1. The skeleton of the Fish Leather Man is older than the others. 2. The skeleton of the Fish Leather Man was once displayed differently, its bones threaded together with throngs of fish leather, but over time the leather decayed. 3. The people who came after the Fish Leather Man, presumably the people of the alcove, held human life in such reverence that they patiently collected his bones and laid him with their own dead. You just listen? Hell yeah. Question. When I feel myself about to die, ought I go to lie down with the people of the alcove? There is, I estimate, space for 4 more adults. Though I am a young man and the day of my death is, I hope, some way off, I have given this matter some thought. Another skeleton lies next to the people of the alcove, though this does not count as one of the people who have lived. It is the remains of a creature approximately 50 centimeters long and with a tail the same length of his body. I have compared the bones to different kinds of creatures that are portrayed in the statues and believe them to belong to a monkey. I have never once seen a live monkey in the house. So, this is somebody who understands the outside world, who understands what a monkey is, who understands kind of how things should be. So, how he came to be in this house, we still don't know. How he came to be in this little pocket dimension, and really what his opinions are. What his opinions are on the house are spectacular, larger than life. He believes it to be as if it's some living entity, and he clearly pays great respect to the house and all its inhabitants, which is great. But from seeing this, he's never once seen a live monkey in the house. My guess is that, yeah, he is from the outside world and somehow he got into this little pocket dimension. How? We don't know. What is his real name? We don't know. But he answers to Pure Nessie. The 15th person, the Folded Up Child. The Folded Up Child is a skeleton. I believe it to be female and approximately 7 years of age. She is posed on an empty plinth in the 6th southeastern hall. Her knees are drawn up to her chin. Her arms clasp her knees, and her head is bowed down. There is a necklace of coral beads and fish bones around her neck. I have given a great deal of thought to this child's relationship to me. There are living in the world, as I have already explained, only myself and the other. We are both male. How will the world have an inhabitant when we are dead? It is my belief that the world, or if you will, the house, since two are all for practical, blah, blah, blah. It is my belief that the world, or if you will, the house, since the two are for all practical purposes identical. So he's saying like the house and the world, kind of the same thing, wishes that an inhabitant for itself to be a witness to its beauty and a recipient of its mercies. I have postulated that the house intended the fold-up child to be my wife, only something happened to prevent it. Ever since then, I have thought it seemed only right to share with her what I have. Okay, so it sounds bad, but what he's saying is he thinks that the house intended this person who died young to grow up to have no real way to make that sound. Well, it kind of feels okay for like the context of the story. He's saying like he thinks something happened, that there was supposed to be somebody who could be like give offspring, but obviously something happened and this person died. I have postulated that the house intended the folded up child to be my wife, only something happened to prevent it. Ever since I had this thought, it seemed only right to share with her what I have. I visit all the dead, but particularly the folded up child. I bring them food, water, and water lilies from the drowned halls. I speak to them, telling them what I have been doing, and I describe any wonders I have seen in the house. Only in this way they know that they are not alone. Only I do this. The other does not. As far as I know, he has no religious practices. The 16th person. And you. Who are you? Who is it that I'm writing for? Are you a traveler who has cheated tides and crossed broken floors and derelict stairs to reach these halls? Or are you perhaps someone who inhabits these own halls long after I'm dead? My journal. Paragraph break. My journals. Entry for the 17th day of the 5th month in the year the albatross came to the southwestern halls. So here's where he's going to explain kind of his logic for how he organizes the days, which is going to get a little confusing, a little tongue-tying for me, but pray for me, I'm going to get through it. I write down what I observe in my notebooks. I do this for two reasons. The first is that writing inculcates habits of precision and carefulness. The second is to preserve whatever knowledge I possess for you, the 16th person. I keep my notebooks in a brown leather messenger bag. The bag is generally stored in a hollow place behind the statue of an angel caught on a rose bush in the northeastern corner of the second northern hall. This is also where I keep my watch, which I need on Tuesdays and Fridays when I go to meet the other at 10 o'clock. On other days, I do not try to carry my watch for fear that the seawater will get inside and damage the mechanism. One of the notebooks in my is my table of tides. In it, I set the times and volumes of the high and low tides and make my calculations of the tides to come. Another notebook is my catalog of statues, and the others keep my journal, in which I write my thoughts and memories to make a record of days. So far, my journal has filled 9 notebooks. This is the 10th. All are numbered, and most are labeled with the dates to which they refer. Number 1 is labeled December 2011 through June 2012. So again, we've got Friday, we've got 10 o'clock, we've got all of this like regular, obviously, I think this is English is his original language. So we've got very purposefully put in there regular time periods, right? We've got 2011, 2012, November, December, Tuesday, Friday, 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 10. So we've got a very regular Gregorian calendar. He knows what a monkey is. I keep saying that, like, the measure of a man is knowing what a monkey is. But no, I mean, like, he clearly wasn't born here. It's not all that he knows, this house. So it's very interesting because the thing that you wonder is, how did he get here? How does he plan to get back? Does he plan to get back? He pretty much said that he plans for the duration of his life to be spent chronicling everything in the halls. So it also said he's a scientist. So clearly he's been outside of the world, because would there be science within the world of the house and the house of the world? I don't think so. So you wonder, how the fuck did he get here? And who is he? He's a scientist, but like, does he want to be here? Clearly now. Did he always want to be here? You don't know. So, number 1 is labeled December 2011 through June 2012. Number 2 is labeled June 2012 through November 2012. Number 3 is labeled, number 3 was originally labeled November 2012, but this has been crossed out at some point and relabeled 30th day in the 12th month in the year of weeping and wailing to the 4th day of the 7th month in the year I discovered the coral halls. Yeah, so it's a little bit longer than, December to June. Both number 2 and number 3 have gaps where the pages have been violently removed. I have puzzled over the reason for this, and yet I tried to imagine who might have done it. And I tried to imagine who might have done it, but as yet have reached no conclusion. Number 4 is labeled the 10th day of the 7th month in the year I discovered the coral halls to the 9th day of the 4th month in the year I named the constellations. Ad coming up in 45 seconds. Number 5 is labeled 15th day in the 4th month in the year I named the constellations to the 30th day in the 9th month in the year I counted and named the dead. Number 6 is labeled the 1st day in the 10th month in the year I counted and named the dead to the 14th day of the 2nd month in the year the ceilings in 20th and 21st northeastern halls collapsed. Number 7 is labeled the 17th day of the 2nd month in the year that the ceilings in the 20th and 21st northeastern halls collapsed to the last day of the same year. Number 8 is labeled first day of the year I traveled to the 960th western hall to the 15th day of the 10th month of the same year. Number 9 is labeled 16th day of the 10th month in the year I traveled to the 960th western hall to the 4th day of the 5th month and the year the albatross came to the southwestern halls. I think it's labeled like this. Well, I don't understand what the naming system is exactly. He'll explain it a little bit, but I think it's because the notebooks run out of space. I don't think there's enough space in the notebooks for a full year, which is why it goes kind of like in 5 to 6 month intervals. Let's see. Number 9 is labeled the 16th day of the 10th month in the year I traveled to the 960th Western Hall to the 4th day in the 5th month in the year the albatross came to the Southwestern Halls. That is the year we are currently in, the year that the albatross came to the Southwestern Halls. This journal, number 10, was begun on the 5th day in the 5th month in the year the albatross came to the Southwestern Halls. Really? One of the drawbacks of keeping a journal is the difficulty of finding important entries again, so it is my practice to use one notebook as an index for all the others. In this notebook, I have allocated a certain number of pages to each letter of the alphabet, more pages for common letters, such as A and C, fewer letters for those that occur less frequently, for example, Q and X. Under each letter, I list entries by subject and where in my journals they are to be found. Reading over what I have just written, I have realized something. I have used 2 systems in a number of years. How could I have not noticed this before? I am guilty of bad practice. Only one system of numbering is needed. 2 introduces confusion, uncertainty, doubt, and muddle, and is aesthetically unpleasing. In accordance with the first system, I have named 2 years, 2011 and 2012. This strikes me as deeply pedestrian, as I cannot remember what happened 2,000 years ago that made me think this year was a good starting point. Oh. Okay, so it's not because I guess the year actually was 2011 or 2012, but he doesn't know why he named it 2011 and 2012. You know what vibe I get from this? I get the vibe that whatever he originally came here to do, whatever drew him to this place is slowly eroding away his memory and replacing it with only the house. You know? Like, he's saying, oh, I can't understand why I named the years 2011 and 2012. Why would I name them that? That doesn't make any sense. Maybe it was 2011 and 2012, but after 2012, you have slowly started forgetting, and you are only remembering the house as if you've always been here. And that's my theory, but I don't know. But it says, in accordance with the first system, I have named 2 years, 2011 and 2012. This strikes me as deeply pedestrian. Also, I cannot remember what happened 2,000 years ago, which made me think it was a good that year was a good starting point. According to the second system, I have given the years names like the year I named the constellations and the year I counted and named the dead. I like this much more. It gives each year a character of its own. This is the system I should use going forward. So, either truly it wasn't 2011 or 2012 when this started, or he arbitrarily named them. But I get the feeling his memory is being eroded and he doesn't quite remember. He says, as far as I remember, Pure Nessie, it's not my name. So, like, who are you, man? Let's see. Strikes me as deeply pedestrian, although I can't remember what happened 2,000 years ago that made me think that year to make me think that you're a good starting point. Yeah, that's the best I can do. I guess statues and do. Okay, we're going to read the rest of this chapter. That leaves 2 page breaks, which is statues and do trees exist. The Lorax would like to have a word with you. So, page break, statues. Entry for the 18th day in the 5th month in the year the albatross came to the southwestern halls. There are some statues that I love more than the rest. The woman carrying a beehive is one. Another, perhaps the statue that I love above all others, stands at a door between the 5th and 4th northwestern halls. It is a statue of a faun, a creature, half man and half goat, with a head of exuberant curls. He smiles slightly and presses his forefinger to his lips. I have always felt that he is meant to tell me something, or perhaps to warn me of something. Quiet, he seems to say. Be careful. But what danger could there possibly be? I have never known. I dreamt of him once. He was standing in a snowy forest and speaking to the female child. To a female child. The statue of a gorilla that stands in the 5th northern hall always catches my eye. He is depicted squatting on his lower limbs, leaning forward and propping himself on his powerful arms and fists. His face fascinates me. His great brow overshadows his eyes, and in a human person this expression would be called a scowl, but in a gorilla it just seems to mean the exact opposite. He represents many things among them. Peace, tranquility, strength, and endurance. There are many others that I love. A young boy playing the cymbals, an elephant carrying a castle, 2 kings playing chess. The last one I mentioned was not exactly a favorite. Rather, it is a statue, or to be more exact, a pair of statues that never fails to arrest my attention whenever I see it. The 2 statues flank the eastern door of the first western hall. They are approximately 6 meters tall and have 2 unusual features. Firstly, they are much larger than the other statues in the first western hall. Secondly, they are incomplete. Their trunks emerge from the wall at their waists, and their arms reach back to push mightily. Their muscles swell with the effort. Their faces are contorted. They are not comfortable to contemplate. They seem to be in pain, struggling to be born. The struggle may be fruitless, and yet they do not give up. Their heads are extravagantly horned, and so I have named them the Horned Giants. They represent endeavor and the struggle against a wretched fate. Is it disrespectful to the house to love some statue more than others? I ask myself this question. Is it my belief that the house itself loves and blesses equally everything that it has created? Should I try to do the same? Yet at the same time, I can see that it is the nature of men to prefer one thing to another, to find one thing more meaningful than another. Page break. Do trees exist? Entry for the 19th day of the 5th month in the year the albatross came to the southwestern halls. Many things are unknown. Once, it was about 6 or 7 months ago, I saw a bright yellow speck floating on a gentle tide beneath the 4th western hall. Not understanding what it could be, I waded out into the waters and caught it. It was a leaf, very beautiful, 2 sides curving to a point at each end. Of course, it was possible that it was part of a type of sea vegetation that I have never seen, but I am doubtful. The texture seemed wrong. Its surface repelled water, and is something meant to live in the air. So he knows what trees are, even though he has never seen trees in the house. So again, he's got outside knowledge. And yet in this place, he is questioning, does it have this? Is there this? Is there that? So clearly he has outside context. This is clearly somebody who came from the outside, in my opinion, came from the outside and is now here and is slowly forgetting that he ever was anywhere else. I'm guessing that at the end of the book, he has completely forgotten. He has stopped writing down anything and he's just enjoying the house because now at this point, with the house having eaten so many of his memories, he no longer knows that there was any life outside of this place. And all he will know is this place, walking around and enjoying the splendor and saving up for food in the winter. And yes, there is winter in this house. Part 2, the other. But we're going to leave it here. Maybe we'll read through the other because now there's dialogue. All right, part 2, the other. Battersea. Entry for the 29th day of the 5th month in the year the albatross came to the southwestern halls. I know his hand be cramping. This morning at 10 o'clock, I went to the 2nd southwestern hall to meet the other. When I entered the hall, he was already there, leaning on an empty plinth, tapping at one of his shining devices. He wore a well-cut suit of charcoal wool and a bright white shirt that contrasted pleasingly with the olive tones of his skin. Without looking up from his device, he said, I need some data. He is often like this, so intent on what he is doing, he forgets to say hello or goodbye or ask me how I am. I do not mind. I admire his dedication to his scientific work. What data? I asked. Can I assist you? Certainly, he said. In fact, I won't get far if you don't. Today the subject of my research is. At this point, he looked up from what he was doing and smiled at me. You. He has a most charming smile. He remembers to use it. Really? I said. What are you trying to find out? Do you have a hypothesis about me? I do. What is it? I can't tell you that. It might influence the data. Oh, well, yes, that is true. Sorry. That's okay, he said. It's natural to be curious. He placed his shining device on an empty plinth and turned around. Sit down, he said. I sat on the pavement, cross-legged, and waited for his questions. Comfortable, he said. Good. Now tell me, what do you remember? What do I remember? I asked, confused. Yes. As a question, it lacks specificity, I said. Nevertheless, he said, try to answer it. Well, I said, I suppose the answer is everything. I remember everything. Really, he said. That's a rather large claim. Are you sure? I think so. Give me some examples of the thing you remember. Well, I said, suppose you were to name a hall many days journey from here. Providing I had visited before, I could immediately tell you how to get there. I could name every hall you would need to travel through. I could describe the notable statues you would see on the walls, and with a reasonable degree of accuracy, I could tell you their positions, which wall they sit against, north, south, east, or west, and how far along the wall they stood. I could also enumerate all the... What about the Battersea? Asked the other. What? Battersea. Do you remember the Battersea? No, Battersea? Yes. I do not understand. I waited for the other to explain, but he said nothing. I could see that he was observing me closely, and I was sure this question was crucial to whatever research he was conducting. But as to how I was supposed to answer it, I had not the least idea. Battersea is not a word, I said at last. It is no referent. There is nothing in the world corresponding to that combination of sounds. Still the other said nothing. He continued to gaze at me intently. I gazed back, troubled. Then, oh! I exclaimed, light suddenly dawning. I see what you're doing. I started to laugh. What am I doing? Asked the other, smiling. You need to find out if I'm telling the truth. I just said that I could describe the way to any hall that I previously visited, but you have no way of judging the truth of my claim. For example, if I were to describe the path to the 96th Northern Hall, you would not know if my directions were accurate because you've never been there. So you have asked me a question with a nonsense word in it. Battersea. Very cunningly, you have chosen a word that sounds like a place that is battered by the sea. Now, if I were to say I remembered a Battersea and then describe the way there, you would know I was lying. You would know I was simply boasting. You have put this in as a control question. That's it exactly, he said. That's exactly what I'm doing. We both laughed. Have you more questions for me? I asked. No, all done. He was about to turn and enter the data in his shining device, but something caught his attention and he gave me a puzzled sort of look. What is it? I asked. Your glasses. What happened to them? My glasses? Yes, he said. They look slightly odd. What do you mean? The arms are wrapped around with strips of something, he said, and the ends hang down at the sides. Oh, I see, I said. Yes, the arms of my glasses keep breaking off. First the left, and then the right. The salt-laden air corrodes the plastic. I'm experimenting with different methods of mending them. On the left arm, I've used strips of fish leather and fish glue on the right arm, and on the right arm I have used seaweed. That is less successful. Yes, he said. I imagine it would be. In the halls beneath us, the incoming tide struck a wall. Boom! It withdrew, surged forward through the doors, and struck a wall of the next chamber. Boom, boom, boom. Withdrew again, surged forward. Boom. The second southwestern hall thrummed like a plucked string of an instrument. The other looked anxious. That sounded really close, he said. Oughtn't we be getting out of here? He does not understand the tides. I'm going to start saying that about people. Yeah, man. I don't know, man. You don't understand the tides. There is no need, I said. Okay, he said, but he was not reassured. His eyes widened and his breathing became more shallow and rapid. He kept glancing from door to door as though he expecting to see the water pouring in at any second. I don't want to get caught, he said. Once the other was in the eighth northern hall. A strong tide from the northern halls rose in the 10th vestibule, followed moments later by an equally strong tide from the eastern. Oh my God! Okay. Once the other was in the 8th northern hall. A strong tide from the northern halls rose in the 10th vestibule, followed moments later by an equally strong tide from the eastern halls in the 12th vestibule. Vast quantities of water poured in the surrounding halls, including the one where the other was. The waters plucked him up and carried him away, sweeping him through doors and battering him against the walls and statues. Several times he was completely immersed, and he expected to drown. Eventually the tides cast him up on the pavement of the 3rd Western Hall, a distance of 7 halls from where he began. This is where I found him. I fetched him a blanket and hot soup made of seaweeds and mussels. As soon as he was able to walk, he took himself off without a word. I do not know where he went. I never really know. This happened in the 6th month of the year I named the constellations. Then the other has since then the other has been afraid of the tides. There is no danger, I told him. Are you sure? He said. Boom, boom. Yes, I said. In 5 minutes, the tide will reach the 6th vestibule and mount the staircase. The second southern hall, 2 halls east of here, will be flooded for an hour, but the water will be no more than ankle deep and will not reach us. He nodded, but his anxiety levels remained high and he left a short while after. In the early evening, I went to the 8th vestibule to fish. I was not thinking about the conversation with the other. I was thinking of my supper and the beauty of the statues in the evening light. But as I stood, casting my net into the waters of the lower staircase, an image rose up before me. I saw a black scribble against a gray sky and a flicker of bright red. Words drifted towards me, white words on a black background. At the same time, there was a sudden blare of noise and metallic taste on my tongue, and all of the images, no more than fragments or ghosts of images really, seemed to coalesce around the strange word, Battersea. I tried to get a hold of them, to bring them back into sharper focus, but like a dream they faded and were gone. Okay, so to recap, he met up with the other being another person who inhabits the place, and as far as he knows is the only other person who lives in this place. The other, while he is looking for some great and important knowledge, or specifically the great and secret knowledge, he doesn't understand the tides, man. So when the tides come up the staircases and are battering around things and knocking into the statues and, you know, being as terrifying as the ocean tends to be, he's expecting to get bum rushed by it, because once before that happened. And he thought he was going to drown, which is fair. So while Piranesi understands the tides, he calculates the water distance, the water level, and even though he miscalculates here and there, he clearly knows his way around the halls. He knows his way around the house in general, and he understands the tides. You know, get you a man that understands the tides. You know, he's a bit of an odd little fella, but he understands the tides. So in this way, the other, even though he's looking for something from the house, he's expecting to get something from the house. Clearly, Piranesi is the one putting in something, and the other is the one who's expecting to get out something. So, you know, very interesting dynamic between the two. The other doesn't seem to be particularly mean to him, but he doesn't seem to be like, he seems to just be like, hey, yeah, man, anyway. Like, yeah, okay, anyway. But, it's a very interesting book. I've gotten a little farther from this, farther than this. I got past the part with the albatross, where it came to the southwestern halls. I got to that part, a little past that part. But so we are now 12% in, because again, this is not like a long book. I really enjoyed it. I really like this cover. And let me make sure that the Centrip consented to this cover being used. I think so, but let me just double check, because I found it when I was looking for, let's see, alternative book cover for Piranesi, part of my series of alternative book covers for the books we read in our book club. It doesn't say that they, whoever, are not consenting to their stuff being used, but yeah, it's very pretty. I love it. Dutch illustrator 1/8 of, okay, so it doesn't say that they, you know, they don't consent to their stuff being used, which is cool. And also it's a book cover, so presumably they wanted it to be used, but you know, you always got to check for that. I think I wasn't sure if I checked earlier, so it's always better to know. But I also credited them just in case. But yeah, so let me make it a little bigger on the screen. That is very pretty, is it not? Very gorgeous artwork, and very, like, it's hard to get a pin on what the house looks like, but this is I think this is a very good rendition of what the house could possibly look like. Just a very wacky, odd place, but very beautiful. So I really enjoy when I sit down and read this book. It's very soothing, even if it's kind of trippy, because you're just like, huh? What? But at the same time, you're just like, yeah, that makes sense, man. Sometimes you just gotta understand the tides, you know? So we will come up off of Piranesi. Okay, I do want to read a bit of Wave Shadows and Assassin's Apprentice. I was thinking, should I do Yokai Watch today? But honestly, I don't really feel like it. That's all right. We will definitely still read. Hello, Darby. Have you been here the whole time or did you just come back? No guilt, just asking. I don't feel like necessarily doing any more Yokai Watch tonight. We'll probably pick up on Yokai Watch Wednesday or Thursday. Wait, Wednesday? What am I going through? The quantum realm with Ant-Man? I can't go back in time. Either do some more Yokai Watch Friday or maybe this weekend or something. I came back, my pool was dirty. Man, that's one thing I don't look forward to, owning a pool. Ad starting. I'll let an ad run. Actually, you know, let's go ahead and run that ad. I'm gonna run it now, so we'll have some time. Okay, it says I ran it. There it goes. Woo! Money, 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 money. All right. Keke microwave. All right. While that ad is running, let's see what else we got. What else you got? What else you got? Let's see. Oh boy. Let's see ebooks. So, 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, The Martian, Spanish Stories, Final Girl Support Group. Keke microwave. I love that meme. The microwave. The microwave. She got English premium. What do you mean the microwave? Nah, she too good for microwave. That bitch, we got the microwave out here. Let me just check this. Not real quick, like. Okay. Anyway, we should be back in a few seconds here. All right. Clap, clap. All right. Are we back? Boys and girls and NBs of all kinds, are we back? Somehow that felt shorter. All right, so we got 20 minutes to ourselves. Okay, so Way of Shadows is very much kind of with a similar outline to what you would expect from Assassin's Apprentice so far. And I would also compare Way of Shadows to Red Rising. Like, it's about a young person who kind of has to more or less become a spy, lives a shadow life. They literally have to leave their family and friends and anybody who cares about them to do this thing. They serve under somebody, they serve under a different group, they serve under a different name. At times they completely change their appearance, wear a different persona, and at this point in Way of Shadows that I am, he is joining this this sort of tourney that he may have to fight his a friend that he's made. So in that way that I was just like, oh, I wonder if the guy who wrote Red Rising, Pierce Brown, by the way, I wonder if he read Way of Shadows. Probably. Let's see. Should we do Way of Shadows or should we do... Oh my god. You know how you get to like the 3rd book in a trilogy and you know that this is where shit's gonna end, and if anybody's gonna die, they're gonna die in this book, and so you're scared to read because you're just like, if I don't read it, it won't happen. It's not canon if I don't read it. Yeah, that's me right now. Tell you what though. Let's get into Gathering of Shadows. You know why? Because if I don't make myself crack this book open, I will never crack it open. And I told myself that every book I have bought physically, I have a digital copy of this as well. But every book that I have bought physically, I've sworn to myself I will read, even if I don't like them. And I know that, you know, people say life's too short to do things you don't want to do, especially if they're optional. I know. But life's also too short to lose a bet with my damn self. I'm not losing a bet to me. I know how bad I know how bad my luck is. You think I'm going to lose my fucking... You think I'm going to lose a bet to me? Of all people? Nah. Trying to fix my face. Fix your face. There we go. Okay. So, fuck them. I'll kick my ass. Exactly. Just in the mirror, bitch, I will fuck you up. Like, I am not losing a bet to my damn self. Ain't no way. And the thing I love about e-readers, because they use e-ink screens, these are not digital display screens. These are e-ink screens, which sounds like a fancy nonsense thing. Just like, oh yeah, it's e-ink. Like, it sounds like a buzzword, but no, this is just straight up different technology. This shit built different. If I had to say it was something, it's like the weird love child between a actual like screen, like an actual display with like a regular refresh rate, and like an LCD screen. Oh, you know what? It's more like an Etch-a-Sketch screen, actually. And because of that, it's actually very easy to read. When you can turn the backlight up without like fear of like fucking your eyes up. You know how like when you wake up in the middle of the night and you check your phone and your phone fucking blasts you with that blue light and it fucks your eyes up and you're blinded for a moment, you flashbang, yeah! Like, that does not happen with e-ink. It's literally made to emulate a page, and it's not going to like hurt your eyes. And even if you wake up in the middle of the night and you turn the backlight way up or whatever, it's not going to flashbang you. It's just built different. It's very nice. It's very comfortable to read on. Obviously, you can read on your iPad. You can read on whatever. But this is actually a worthwhile investment for me, just because having a little dedicated thing, it doesn't do anything else. You ain't got no games on your Kobo. You know, it's nothing else. And so it's very good to just tune out, because if you have something that's phone-like, that has phone features, you know, you can put on do not disturb all you want to, but everybody knows you're going to be swiping down every few minutes to see if you can see if anybody sent you something. So with this, there's no worry of that. You don't even see the time displayed when you're in the, you can change that, but I like having a dedicated reading device. It's better to like tune out, you know? So we're going to open up A Gathering of Shadows. I got the color one. Now, just because it's color doesn't mean it's like as vibrant as you see up there on the screen. It is not. This is at very best is like a very muted, almost gray. Like, it's the red that you get right before you get into gray. So if you get a color version of an e-ink display, just know you're not getting bright, vibrant colors. That's not the point. That's not what it's for. It's just for to have the colors that you want, but it's not going to be like super high vibrancy. So just know that. So A Gathering of Shadows is the second book. I used this cover, but the cover that I have has fuck ass Lila on it, and I fucking hate Lila. I don't know who this is on this cover because they're in shadow. So this is the cover that I have physically. This is Lila. I hate that bitch. I don't want to see that bitch. And even seeing that bitch on my fucking book makes me not want to read it. So I got this one, and I don't know who the fuck this is, but they look pretty cool. So quick overview of, I already kind of reviewed this on my stream before. Those of you hearts and minds who watched that stream, hi VOD watchers, you know, I know, retreading ground, but since it's the second book, I figured I should probably catch everybody up to speed. In the first book, A Darker Shade of Magic, we've got Kel, Holland, and Lila. Kel and Holland are the same breed of a thing called Antari. Basically, they're the Avatar, plus a couple other things that can walk between worlds. He's got this coat that switches sides, like it's like an infinite coat. Like, he switches it around and it becomes a different looking coat. He goes to different places. All of these places are completely different, except they all have one thing in common. They have London and English. He meets Lila. She's human from a place that has no magic, a London that has no magic in it. He meets Holland every now and again, who is kind of like his dark link. He is the dark link of Kel. And he doesn't like him. He doesn't really know him all that well. He's got his own thing going on. A lot of shit happened. Basically, Darker Shade of Magic is if you take a BB Babby sorcerer and throw him up against God when he's still in the village before dark forces have even killed his friends. Like, we're talking about the protagonist in the RPG before anything has happened, and he's still playing with a wooden stick in the village, okay? That you're taking him, little Babby sorcerer, and you are throwing him against the final boss, and of course, naturally, it was underwhelming. It was such a cool premise, and it's such a damn shame. I don't understand how you could let such a cool premise slip through your fingers like that. At every turn, the author had the chance to take a chance and not make it like so by the books, and yet it was. And this is one of the books. Darker Shade of Magic actually does feel like they wanted a movie deal. I'm not even lying. I feel like they wanted a movie deal or a show deal or something. They wanted to definitely be the next Doctor Who or some shit. I kind of hope that shit never happens. No hate. I'm trying not to be a hater, but it's already a mediocre first book that would probably only be made more mediocre by being adapted for television. You know what I'm saying? Like, most of the time when people adapt things, they are not going to make it much better. Sometimes we see people just absolutely elevate, like The Boys. The Boys completely elevated the comic. From everything I know about the comic, it's kind of dog shit and very heavy-handed and very on the nose. And the show is just leagues better. Just leagues better. So maybe something like that will happen. Maybe they will actually Doctor Who that shit up and actually make it something worth reading, watching, whatever, engaging with. But the first book is a 4 out of 10 on a bad day and a 6 out of 10 on a good day. Maybe 6 out of 10 because the premise is really cool, but it just felt derivative of so many other things. And there's nothing wrong with being derivative because everything is derivative. There's nothing original, and there will never be anything original again. But it just reads like almost so many cliches one after another. You've got Kel, who actually seemed to be developed pretty decently until he stopped developing because he got Lila. Hate when characters stop developing because they have a partner now. Lila, gas X, girl keep, gate boss. That's her. And then Holland, who is kind of the evil pit or the dark link or whatever for Kel, but I actually thought was pretty interesting. And I want to see what happens with him because he's like this emotionally stunted, very like highly skilled person who seems to have fought for everything he ever had. Way more interesting than Kel, who turned out to be a prince who, oh no, daddy and mommy didn't love me enough. I know there's more to it than that, but they didn't give us enough to go off of. So you just kind of start feeling like Kel is just a whiny, complainy bitch. You know how like rich kids go and do cave diving, and mountain climbing, and all this fucking crazy shit because they have no challenges in their life. And so the final thing that they can do is challenge their life itself and risk dying. That's kind of what Kel starts to feel like after you learn he's a prince. You start saying, oh, he's not this like cool, like off the wall vigilante doing his own thing. This is a bored rich kid. And then you kind of lose all interest in him. You kind of want to see where he came from, what's going on. And then so many times in the first book, they pull something out of his ass and he's like, oh yeah, by the way, I forgot I could do this. Now in the beginning, he's flexing on a non-powered man, showing him how cool and how easily he can manipulate the elements. Does he use that in battle? Not really. You're literally fighting your antithesis, your better, your equal in every way, who actually matches you and fucking kicks the dog shit out of you on a good day. You are going toe to toe with somebody who intends to kill you, and you're just like, oh man, what do I do? How about you do some of that shit you were doing in the beginning of the book? You literally accidentally twitched your hand subconsciously and stopped the stream of water. And you mean to tell me that when you actually have things on the line, you just ain't got nothing in you? I get it. Fight, flight, freeze. However, actually, he didn't do any of those things. And then he finds a magical artifact that can create magic itself. And you say to yourself, well, doesn't that undermine the established rules of the magic system so far? It does. That's the problem. When you say, here are the rules of the magic system, and then say, but here's a stone that can create magic itself, and negate all those rules, what the fuck are we doing here? Why do I have to care? And then it's the Green Lantern problem, where when he gets the stone, he then has no creativity on what to do with it. You could make anything in the world. I get it. You're scared. You're in the moment. You're just thinking, stop, get away, something like that. But now that you know you're in danger, after the danger has passed, you need to start cooking up some ideas of what you can do to get the threat away from you when you come up to the next battles. Because if you know people are after you, you know, hey, you have this stone that is draining the life out of you in exchange for unlimited magic, just like Timmy had those unlimited rule-free wishes that time. You now know that now you are being pursued, so why not think of ways you could stop your pursuers? But in the moment, the best thing he's got going is, make the earth kind of grab their ankles real quick. I'll put some chains on them, and then I'll throw a pole at them. Is this your man's? Yeah. Is this your man's? This is not my man's. Where is this cool sorcerer? I was told this cool, enigmatic, empathetic, but still like young and kind of naive sorcerer we got in the beginning. And who is this fucking punk ass motherfucker we've been spending the rest of the book with? So yeah, not a very great like start for this, right? So the Gathering of Shadows takes place after Kel and Lila beat the big baddies, and they split ways. So Lila hopefully is not a big important part of this book, but she may very well be. And if you are irritated by people who are heavy-handedly feminist girl boss icons, then you will not like this book or the last book. You may as well skip this whole series. When a character is strong, they're just strong, and that speaks for itself. When you can tell when an author went in with the intention of making a character look strong and cool, and every time it's not strong or cool or interesting, it's just very annoying, because you could have done the same thing, but you could have like pulled your hand out of your ass for a little while and actually written with that hand. Like, it is very possible to make a character exactly like this, an aspiring pirate, a non-powerful human who is a match for Kel with her wit and so good with her daggers that she can hold herself against magical people. But you know how she survived in the last book? By convenience. Because every time Kel would show up, people were like, Kel, come to me, bring me the stone. And then Lila would also be there. And they would be like, who the fuck is this? And then she would stab them or something. That was her thing, the element of surprise. Nobody expected Lila to be there. That was kind of the thing. That literally the only way she got the jump on any of these magical people in the last book was through sheer surprise, because they were like, who the fuck? And that's I'm not even fucking lying to you. Sorry, my tongue has a habit of getting stuck in my face. Happens to everybody. That's kind of how she got. So I'm curious to see how she'll get through this book now, to be fair, everybody that they fought is pretty much dead now, so they would pretty much start over fresh with any other enemies. But as far as I can tell, she wants to be a pirate, and that's cool. But I signed up for a magic fantasy story and not a pirate story. So when I like read that this, like, I read a little bit of this first story, like the first chapter, I was just like, oh, are we just doing pirate shit? And there are books that can successfully jump around complete genres. Like, for this guy's a knight. For this guy's a pirate. For this guy's just an accountant. And they can do that successfully. This is not, I guarantee you, this book is not one of them. This is just not it. And it sucks because you kind of want to take these characters and make them your own OCs. You're almost irritated that you didn't think of this cool world and flesh it out in a way that you think actually makes more sense and actually is less derivative than this. And am I saying I could do better? I don't know. I don't think so. But I don't think I would have gone with the kind of cliche hallmarky Avatar and the Last Airbender ending. No. It's too much credit. Way too much credit. Green Lantern with Ryan Reynolds ending. I think I could have. I could think I could have done better than that. Now, am I the best at like environmental this and blah 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 blah? Nah. But the bones of the story already fall apart. And if the bones, it's not strong, it's not going to be that strong when you flesh it out. If the premise is not great, but so much potential. Anyway, sorry, so much pre-yap. I was just like, we have 20 minutes to read. And then I proceed to yap through, 18 of them. Just hounding on the last book. I very apologize. The next, okay, let me make sure. Let me reload the page. Yeah, nope, my bad. Sorry, y'all. I guess I will give you guys a little bit more pretext and yap for like 3 minutes while the ads come up in a little bit. Ad coming up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. So yeah, I don't like Lila's character, so I guess I'll tell you a little bit more about Holland. Holland is one of the characters that I really actually enjoy. Rye is cool, but like we don't know much about him, so it's really not a lot going. But Holland I enjoy because not only is he an antithesis to Kel, which I'm lukewarm on that trope of having like two characters, one that's one this way and one that's the other way, and they have some of the same powers and they're fundamentally the same in this way. The whole dark link, dark pit, dark whatever, I am not fond of it, but I tolerate it. So Holland is also an Antara. He also world walks. He also is a powerful mage or sorcerer, but he is like completely emotionally together. Like, this man would not flinch if a explosion went off like 2 feet away from him, kind of calm and reserved. And we don't know if that came from special training or just the sheer hardship he's gone through. But he's definitely hardened to a lot of things, and we find out is because he's actually been enslaved, magically enslaved, like literally soul bonded. Like the magic cleaves straight through the body. And if you were to cut away flesh, you would see that it like goes deeper and deeper and deeper. It's going through, clean through the top layer of the dermis, all the way through the soul, all the way to the person's back. Yeah. And it doesn't lose its hold, but the person who has enslaved him often retraces the whole like spell and re-singes it into his body and soul. So you can only imagine how excruciating that is. So he's basically being used as a weapon in the whole first book. In the end of the first book, though it says he's still alive after being impaled through the chest. Also, another thing that I don't like about the Antari, you don't know exactly what can kill them. You don't know exactly what can kill these people. The stakes are never really established, so you never really feel worried that any of these characters will die. Will Holland die? Will Kel die? First of all, Kel and Lila are the main characters, so you don't think so. But even so, the idea that they think they might die is also important. But at no point does, Kel does at some point think he might die, but you're so barely almost given enough to like care about Kel that it's kind of like, you know, if he had continued to be developed in the way that he was in the very beginning, that before he met Lila, then I think I would have definitely wound up caring so much about him. But not really, sorry. Why? Because he stopped developing once he met Lila. And Lila, whatever development she was given, immediately stopped once she met Kel. Actually, I would say his development stopped and hers actually got a little bit better. Because when you switch POVs, yes, this is one of those POV switching books. When you switch POVs, from Kel's POV, Lila seems very together. She seems like a femme fatale. She's got her shit together. She's calculated. And every time you think she's distracted, she comes back and she slices you up with her dagger. So she does whatever she has to do, or she pickpockets or whatever. Kel, on the other hand, from his perspective, seems the best. From her perspective, almost seems like a stumbling child. And Holland, from anybody's perspective, is absolutely terrifying. I adore Holland. I love him. He is great. And not because he's written so well, but I just love highly competent, but kind of emotionless or very reserved characters to the point where you almost wonder, do they feel joy or happiness ever? I love characters like this, mainly because I relate to it a lot, because people in real life, obviously, even though I can be a very vibrant, loud, obnoxious person, I am often, because I don't wear my happiness on my face all the time. And at work, I actually, surprise, want to go and work and then go home. People always assume the worst of me. They always think that I'm thinking bad thoughts, say, I want bad things. People have started rumors about me, said terrible things about me, just assuming, based on the fact that I don't smile, based on the fact that I'm not walking around laughing or giggling like a weirdo to myself or something. They think that I'm unfriendly and therefore unhappy, and therefore if anything happens, they attribute it to me because I must be full of malice and evil. Why? I don't be smiling. That's it. Keke don't be smiling, therefore they must be up to some horrible shit. And I wish there was more to it, but that's literally it. I've had people accuse me of horrible things, and all because I don't be smiling at them. So I really do relate to these. I know. It's so weird, man, how we attribute goodness to looking nice instead of like the deeds the person does. Has the person ever actually personally done anything to you? Have they given you any indicator that they would do this? No, doesn't matter. They ain't smiling. I don't believe them. Evil. So I'm kind of used to that. And I relate very heavily to characters who don't always wear their emotions on their face. Do I smile? Do I laugh? Yes, I do. I do. I joke with my coworkers all the time. But if I don't have anything readily in front of my face to be making me smile, I don't always remember to do that. And then I remember, oh yeah, sorry, got to perform happiness real quick. And it's strange to me. Yeah, while y'all got all them smile lines on your face when you're old, me, I'm gonna be still looking like this. Black don't crack, baby. People who give me a fake rubber smile freak me out so much. I know. It's weird to plaster on a smile. Especially like in customer service, they definitely expect you to do that. And it's just like, why would you want that? It looks like a chimp. It's so weird to want people to look like, do I want the person who's serving me to look generally like not displeased to help me? Yeah. Just because like, I don't want to feel like I'm bothering them, but I don't need them to be like, hi, nice to meet you. How can I help you? It's just like, if they're just like, hey, you know, if they have a casualness about their posture, that is enough for me to feel safe to ask for something or to need something or to feel like I'm not bothering them. But also, I also know that even if they have all of that, they could just be neurodivergent or just be having a crappy day, but still be happy to help me. But I get it. You know, people look for those social cues to tell them if this is good service or not. However, I think if you are like doing return business, if you are often at a place or if you work at said place, it doesn't really make any sense to still be assuming these things about these people when you know that to be the contrary. It's so uncanny when people walk up and flash their teeth like that. Sorry, I just had to complain. Oh no, don't worry about it. Yeah, no, like that. It is weird. It is weird. A nice, you know, like a nice little small, gentle smile, like the kind of the acknowledging smile, and then you go on, that fine. But like that, get away from me, you freak. Like, what is that about? And what is it about expecting people to do that? That hurts the face. I actually, if I smile too long, my mouth literally starts like spasming and I have to drop it. I am not used to smiling for long periods of time. But so characters like that, and I noticed that every like lore or every property or every like world I write, I always have one or two characters that just don't seem to have many emotions or don't seem to be worried about many things or always calm or something like that. And that's just because I relate to those traits a lot. I'm not always calm, but I have this like mode I can go into sometimes if I need to. If I'm highly stressed, I have two options: go catatonic, or which is just where I just kind of ceased. I just shut down completely, or I just fall into this mode where even if internally I'm freaking out, outwardly I'm not showing anything, but at the expense of people now starting to think even worse of me, you know? Like, I literally had somebody accuse me literally of something really fucking terrible. They were saying like, don't you have like, I was very stressed about being like, the whole situation stressed me the fuck out really bad. And I went into that mode where I'm just rigidly logical. I just speak. You ask me a question, I answer. I don't really have an inflection in my voice. Mentally, I could be freaking out, but I will never outwardly show it because this is the only mode I can go into before I completely shut down. And they would be like, do you at all like care about what happened? And I was just like, of course I care. And they were just like, okay. And I cared, but like at the same time, I'm stressed the fuck out. And if you want me to break down and have a mental breakdown right here and right now, I will do that if that's what you need me to do. But it shouldn't take that, you know? But I understand my tone, my inflection, my body language was very closed. It was very rigid. And it very much to social cues seemed like I didn't care or was completely unfeeling, but was not the case. It's just a rescue mode my body goes into if I'm too stressed. So I love characters like Holland. They're just rigidly professional, logical. They are unbothered, or they seem unbothered. And there's a scene in a gathering of not a gathering shadow, darker shade of light. Let me see if I can find it. Darker shade of magic. My bad. I don't know where it was, and this is the physical copy, so forgive me while I have to kind of look around a little bit. I'm sorry they accused you of that. It's all right. It's over now. And thankfully, I don't have to go into rescue mode very often. But, you know, it's, it be how it be. It do how it do. Let me see. It was actually not very super far into the book. Run into trouble. Kel. Okay, this is after Kel met Lila. Fingertips. Tiny bit compute. Peculiar. The follower. Oh, wait. Okay. At her fingertips had gone. Da da da. Cold, empty, hungry. Okay, so we meet Holland here. Okay, Bard. She said da 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 da. Okay. I like that he's very much okay, so this isn't the scene I was looking for, but here's one where Holland meets Lila. I actually like the feel of these books. Tor Publishing also makes very good feeling books, but nothing touches Del Rey Publishing. Those books just fall open. And they feel high quality. The pages here feel nice and matte, but if I had to compare them, the pages of Del Rey Publishing, they just feel softer as opposed to that kind of vaguely gritty, dusty feeling of these pages. Let me grab a Del Rey Publishing book. Yeah, these are matte and thinner, but they feel somehow a little bit more premium. Like, they still feel matte, but they don't feel dusty. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's matte, and then there's that kind of vaguely, like, is this dusty? Is this old? Kind of feeling. And it's not that, like, big. If you really like that sound, if you really like matte, a matte feel, you'll really like Tor Publishing books. They have a good matte feel without feeling too rough. They're not rough, you know? So you can get a good page turn with this. Okay, so let's see. Where do we start? All right, Lila felt Kel's run die, Baron tied. Trying to get just to the point where she meets Holland. She needs them, not so rare occasion. All right, so we'll start here. It wasn't until Lila, this is, let me put it on the screen. This is actually a darker shade of magic, so nobody's confused. Don't be confused. This is the cover that I have. I have these sort of vaguely like graphic design mannequin doll look, Photoshop looks, which I don't mind, but I actually do prefer the more hand-drawn art deco look that the books have on the other covers, which is why I use that other cover for my Kobo. But this is my physical book, and that's the cover that I have. It wasn't until Lila was firmly stationed at the bar, fingers curled around a pint, that she let the questions take her mind and run free. The whys and hows, and most of all, what nows, because she couldn't simply go back to not knowing and seeing and wondering, and she was so wrapped up in them she didn't notice that a man had sat down beside her, not until he spoke. "Are you frightened?" His voice was deep and smooth and foreign, and Lila looked up. "Excuse me?" she said, almost forgetting to keep her voice low. Yeah, she does this thing where she like kind of she cross-dresses and drops her voice because she has a very androgynous face. She's a thief. And so she likes to steal in this other disguise so that if she gets in trouble or the guards are after her, she can, quickly change out of it and just pretend to be like a regular dame, a regular lady just strolling around. And also because she just likes the feel of men's clothes. She's actually pretty misogynistic towards women. She's just like, any women who wear these kinds of clothes deserve to get stolen from. And like, it's just like, bitch, blame society. And also, even if like these women enjoy wearing these clothes, they deserve to get stolen from. Fuck you. It feels when a character is badly written. I've said this, and I've said this before, and I'll say this again. When a character is badly written, bad traits that they have don't feel like their own traits. They feel like the author speaking through them. If you want to speak through your character and not have it feel like you're speaking through your character, have them really well fleshed out. That people truly believe that these are their opinions and not just you using them as a mouthpiece. Like, that's that easy. Just do that. Because when you have a very poorly written character, all it feels like is that the author is using them as a puppet. But when you have a very well-written character and they have flaws, you say, yeah, that's Lila. Yeah, she's got some internalized misogyny going on, but I hope she'll get better, That's not how this feels. It feels like this is kind of the author's opinions about women who dress girly. What the fuck is wrong? I got my own problems to deal with. Being non-binary, raised as a girl, raised as a woman. I've got my own internalized misogyny. I'm not afraid to admit it. And I'm working on that. Like, I brush against femininity and I despise it. Not in others, but in myself. And I see it as lesser somehow. As though if I could just get rid of that part of myself, I would be better and I would be whole. But that's not true. And there's nothing wrong with femininity. I am having trouble embracing it because of shit in my past. But when I see that shit in other characters, it irritates me so much. Because it's just like, no! No! It's really hard to upend those things in yourself. But when you see it written out in plain black and white and on cream paper, you're just like, yeah, no, bitch, that's not it. This is not how you girl boss. Newsflash, being a better girl does not mean being a better man. Masculinity is not the new femininity, and there's nothing wrong with being feminine. And you can do your shit and still be a fucking badass bitch wearing pink, wearing dresses and running around tee-heeing and hee-hooing, and you can still be the baddest bitch on the block. Because none of that shit matters when there's a knife in your neck. So, like, I don't like that. I don't like that in her, and I don't like that in myself. And I have a feeling that that's not going to get better for her like it will for me. But yeah, this being inherently masculine is the only right way to be a girl. No. Fuck off about it. But that's the way that Lila is. And again, because I feel like she's badly written, she doesn't feel like that's her flaw. It feels like that's the author's own internalized misogyny reaching through the page and grabbing you by the dick. And I don't really like that. All right, so it wasn't until Lila was firmly stationed at the bar, fingers curled around a pipe, that she let the questions take her mind and run free. The whys and hows, and most of all, what nows, because she couldn't simply go back to not knowing and not seeing and not wondering. And so she was so wrapped up in them, she didn't notice a man had sat down beside her, not until he spoke. Are you frightened? His voice was deep and smooth and foreign, and Lila looked up. Excuse me? She said, almost forgetting to keep her voice low. You're clutching your drink, explained the man, pointing at the fingers wrapped knuckles white around the glass. Lila relaxed, but only a little. Long night, she said, bringing the warm beer to her lips. And yet still young, mused the man, taking a sip from his tumbler. Even the barren tide, whose belly filled each night with a motley crew, the man seemed out of place. In the low light of the pub, he looked strangely faded. His clothes were dark gray, and he wore a simple short cloak held by a silver clasp. His skin was pale, made paler by the dark wood bar and beneath his hands. His hair a strange, colorless shade, just shy of black. When he spoke, his voice was steady without being sweet, empty in a way that gave her chills, and his accent had gravel in it. Not from here. Not from around here, are you? Oh, not her. Not from around here, are you? She asked. The corner of his mouth tugged up at that. No. He ran a finger absently around the rim of the glass, except it didn't feel absent. None of his motions did. He moved with a slow precision that made Lila nervous. There was something about him, odd and jarringly familiar at the same time. She couldn't see it, but she felt it. And then it struck her. That feeling. It was the same one she had looking into Kel's black eye. Holding the stone, bound to the wall, a shiver, a tingle, a whisper. Magic. Lila tensed and hoped it didn't show as she lifted the pint to her lips. I suppose we should be introduced, said the stranger, turning in his seat so she could see his face. Lila nearly choked on her drink. There was nothing amiss about the angle of his jaw or the set of his nose or the line of his lips, but his eyes. One was grayish-green, the other was pitch black. My name is Holland. A chill ran through her. He was the same as Kel and yet entirely different. Looking into Kel's eye had been like looking through a window into a new world, strange and confusing but not frightening. Looking at Holland made her skin crawl. Dark things swirled just beneath the smooth black depths. Ad starting in 45. One whispered through her mind, run. She didn't trust herself to lift the glass again, in case her hands shook, so she nudged it away and casually dug a shilling from her pocket. Bard, she said, by way of introduction and farewell. She was about to push away from the counter when the man caught her wrist, pinning it to the weathered wood between them. A shiver ran up her arm at his touch, and the fingers of her free hand twitched, tempted toward the dagger under her cloak, but she resisted. And your first name, miss? She tried to pull free, but his grip was made of stone. He didn't even appear to be trying. Delilah, she growled. Lila, if you like. Now please let me go unless you want to lose your fingers. Again, his lips tugged up into something that wasn't quite a smile. Where is he, Lila? Her heart lurched. Who? Holland's grip tightened in warning. Lila winced. Do not lie. I can smell his magic on you. Lila held his gaze. Perhaps he used it to cuff me to a wall after I robbed him blind and tied him to a bed. If you're looking for your friend, don't look at me. We met on bad terms and parted on worse. Holland's grip loosened, and Lila let out an inward sigh of relief, but it died an instant later when Holland was suddenly on his feet. He took her roughly by the arm and dragged her toward the door. What in the bloody hell are you doing? She snapped, boots scraping against the worn floor she tried to and failed to gain purchase. I told you we're not friends. We'll see, said Holland, driving her forward. The patrons of the Bear and Tide never even looked up from their drinks. Bastards, thought Lila. She was shoved roughly out into the street. Okay, so let me see. Okay, I'll go a little further. The moment the pub door closed behind them, Lila went for the revolver at her belt, but for someone whose movement seemed so slow, Holland was fast, impossibly fast, and by the time she pulled the trigger, she'd fired into nothing but air. Before the shot even finished sounding, Holland reappeared, this time at her back. She felt him there, felt the air shift the barest moment before one of his hands closed around her throat, pinning her shoulders against his chest. The other hand wrapped around the fingers on the pistol and brought the barrel to rest against her temple. The whole thing had taken less than a breath. Divest yourself of weapons, he instructed, or I will do this for you. His grip wasn't crushing. If anything, his hold was casual, confident, and Lila had been around cutthroats long enough to know that the ones you truly fear were the ones who gripped their guns loosely, like they'd been born holding them. Lila used her free hand to dig the knife out of her belt and dropped it to the ground. She freed a second from her back. A third she usually kept in her boot, but it was sitting on her bed, ruined. Holland's hand had slipped from her throat to her shoulder, but he cocked the pistol in warning. What, no cannons? He asked dryly. You're mad, growled Lila. Your friend Kel, he's long gone. Do you think? Asked Holland. Let's find out. The magic around them began to crackle with energy. The air around them began to crackle with energy, with magic. And Holland was right. She could smell it. Not flowers as with Kel, flowers and something else, something grassy and clean. Instead, Holland's power smelled metallic, like heated steel. It singed the air. She wondered if Kel would be able to smell it too, if that's what Holland wanted. There was something else in that magic, not a smell, but a sense all the same. Something sharp, like anger, like hate, a fierceness that didn't show in the lines of Holland's face. No, his face was startlingly calm, terrifyingly calm. Scream, he said. Lila frowned. What are you? The question was cut off by pain. A bolt of energy, like bottled lightning, shot up her arm where he gripped it, dancing over her skin and electrifying her nerves. She cried out before she could stop herself, and then, almost as quickly as the pain came, it vanished, leaving Lila breathless and shaking. You bastard, she snarled. Call his name, instructed Holland. I can assure you he's not going to come, she said, struggling over the words. Certainly not for me. Another wave of pain, this one brighter, sharper, and Lila clenched her jaw against the scream and waited for the pain to pass, but this time it didn't. It only worsened, and through it she could only hear Holland say calmly, Perhaps I should start breaking bones. She tried to say no, but when she opened her mouth to answer, all she heard was a cry, and then, as if encouraged, the pain worsened. She called Kel's name then, for all the good it would do her. He wouldn't come. Maybe if she tried, this madman would realize that and let her go. Find another form of bait. The pain finally petered out, and Lila realized she was on her knees, one hand gripping the cold stone street, the other wrenched behind her, still in Holland's grip. She thought she was going to be sick. Better, said Holland. Go to hell, she spat. He jerked her up to her feet and back against him, then brought the gun beneath her chin. I've never used a revolver, he said in her ear, but I know how they work. 6 shots, yes? You fired one. That leaves 5 more. If the gun was full, that leaves 5 more if the gun was full. Do you think I could fire the rest without killing you? Humans die so easily. But I bet if I'm clever. He let the gun slide down her body, pausing at her shoulder, her elbow before trailing down her side to her thigh, coming to rest above her knee. The sooner he comes, the sooner I will let you go. Call his name. He won't come, she whispered bitterly. Why do you refuse to believe? Because I know our friend, said Holland. He lifted his gun-wielding hand. Lila shuddered with release as the kiss of metal left her skin and wrapped his arm casually around her shoulders. He is near. I can hear his boots on the street stones. Close your eyes. Can you hear him? Lila squeezed her eyes shut, but all she could hear was the thud of her heart and the thought racing through her mind. I don't want to die. Not here, not now, not like this. Bring him to me, whispered Holland. The air began to hum again. Don't! Lila's bones lit up with pain. It shot from her skull and to the weathered boots and back, and she screamed. And suddenly the agony stopped and the sound died on her lips and Holland let go. She crumpled forward to the cobbled street, the stones scraping against her knees and palms as she caught herself. Through the pounding in her head, she heard Holland's voice say, There you are. She dragged her head up and saw Kel standing on the road, the strange magical boy in his black coat, looking breathless and angry. Lila couldn't believe it. He'd come back. But why'd he come back? Before she could ask, he looked straight at her, one eye black, one eye blue, and both wide, and said a single word, run. So that is Lila's introduction to Holland. Our introduction to Holland was actually quite different. Holland apparently can play a lot of sides. He can turn on charisma if he needs to, because through a door, one of the guards hears him kind of like casually charming and kind of semi-flirting with the prince. And you're like, oh, are they like a thing? And then later on you find out, okay, it's actually it was manipulation. But like, what is he like? Does he like the guy? Does he just like know how to turn on charisma when he needs to? I'm trying to find the passage about the Dane twins, because okay, that's too early on, because it shows you like how Holland is more than like, he's very calm under duress, but secretly within him he bores a great hate. I mean, Lila even said that his magic smelled like something fiery, something metallic, something bitter. And there was like a hate to how he wielded it, even if his face and his body language was terrifyingly calm. Ooh, okay. So I think I have found it. Okay, so Holland. So in this chapter, basically the evil ass dude, the mustache twirling villain. I like a good villain that's evil for the sake of villain, but this guy, these people are just, they're almost flat. They're almost completely flat, because we just didn't get enough time with the villains to feel that they were anything other than flat. So, this guy, basically, they were him and his sister, his twin sister, they were riding through the village, and you're supposed to bow. There was one person who didn't bow, a young, like, 16-year-old boy, 15, 16-year-old boy. He tosses, the guy tosses the mother, like a shilling or whatever, and says, sorry for your loss. For whatever reason, he doesn't take the boy right then and there. He doesn't yoink him up and hoist him over his horse and go fuck him up. No, he waits and goes and kidnaps him from the house at night. I don't understand why the mother didn't try to smuggle him out of there. At least try, but apparently he kidnapped him from his house at night. Took him back, started to torture him, and the boy was just like, I don't fear death, and he just, says some shit, very cliche shit like you'll wish you had, which I'm not remiss about. Like, okay, you know, that's fine, whatever. But the thing is, there's just so many cliches in this book, especially in the latter half. This is in the first 100 pages, by the way. This is literally page 99. Let's see. So basically he soul binds this boy, which just makes him an eternal slave. Whatever Athos's will be his will, even though he's fully inside his mind. If you've ever seen Get Out, it's like that. It's a Get Out situation. So let's see. While he's like soul binding this boy, and it's a very horrible, torturous way to do like I don't think there's any nice way to soul bind somebody, but it hurts. It's terrible. Let's see. Okay, so while he's doing this, he says, "What is it?" It says, "What is it?" asked the king. The question wasn't directed at the boy, but at Holland, who appeared in the door. Isn't it funny that I wound up going back to read Darker Shade of Magic instead of going forward with a book that's more focused on Lila? That's so funny to me. The question wasn't directed at the boy, but at Holland, who had appeared at the doorway. The Antari's eyes slid over the scene. Antari is the name of the kind of thing that Holland is. The Antari's eyes slid over the scene, the blood, the ink, the tortured commoner, his expression lodged between distant surprise and disinterest, as if the sight meant nothing to him, which was a lie. Holland liked to play at being hollow, but Athos knew it was a ruse. He might have feigned numbness, but he was hardly immune to sensation, to pain. Os voltage, asked Holland, nodding at Belloc. Are you busy? Is the translation. No, answered Athos, wiping his hands with a dark cloth. I think we're done for now. What is it? He is here. I see, said Athos, setting aside the towel. His white cloak hung on a chair, and he took it up and slung it around his shoulders in one fluid motion, fastening the clasp at his throat. Where is he now? I delivered him to your sister. Well then, said Athos, let's hope we're not too late. Athos turned towards the door, but as he did, he caught Holland's gaze wandering back to the boy strapped against the metal frame. What should I do with him? He asked. Nothing, said Athos. He'll be here when I get back. Holland nodded, but before he could turn to go, Athos brought his hand to his cheek. Holland did not pull away, did not even stiffen under the king's touch. Jealous? He asked. Holland's two-toned eyes held Athos's, the green and the black both steady, unblinking. He suffered, added Athos softly, but not like you. He brought his mouth closer. No one suffers as beautifully as you. There it was, in the corner of Holland's mouth, the crease of his eye, anger, pain, defiance. Athos smiled, victorious. We better go, he said, his hand falling away, before Astrid swallows our young guest whole. So, that's what I like about Holland. Also, he did also burn a tavern to the ground with everybody in it, and he put a magic circle around it so none of them could escape. I'm not saying he's a good person, but I'm saying I love this type of emotionless, terrifyingly calm person. Because if he does actually shout or make any emotion in the next book, it'll be like very shocking. Or if he continues to be this way, I will love him all the same. I love people who are something on the inside but outwardly calm on the outside. Love that. Love that trope. Give me that trope all day, every day. I will eat it up. Milk and cookies. Yum, 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 yum. Put it on my plate, please. He was the best part of this book. So let me put this back on the shelf. I guess since I had a better reading experience reading a physical book with that, at least like I had a better time, because sometimes when I'm reading from my Kobo, I don't know, it's when I'm reading aloud from my Kobo, I should say. Reading from it is no problem. Reading aloud from it, I don't know, it gives me trouble, and sometimes I want to zoom in, but I don't want to move my head too much because of the tracking. Book ASMR. But yeah, it just it also helps that I was reading from like kind of the middle of the book. So when you're reading from the beginning of the book, you already know how difficult it is. So we'll read chapter 1. We'll read Lila's part. How long is this chapter? Every time I see Lila, I skip ahead and say, how long is this chapter? God, she's in chapter 2 as well. Fuck everything. Chapter 3, maybe? Gosh, she's in chapter 3 too. Why do you hate me? V.E. Schwab. Why do you hate me, girl? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What did I?
Come on, just go to the office.
What I do?
Just go to the office.
What I do?
Go, just go.
What I
It's the biggest piece of dog shit that I have ever heard.
Oh, man. This is like, this second book is Pirating Adventures. And if it was a book where I was here for pirating adventures, I would care. But like when you say, hey man, here's this cool magical dude. He's kind of like the Avatar. Yeah, he got his ass beat a little bit, but he'll probably have like a cool character arc in the next book. Also, here's this emotionless assassin type dude. He was enslaved, and also at the end, when you thought he was all about to die, he got thrown into an alternate world by his only other like Antari, like, I wouldn't say brother, but like the only other person like him in the world. And you're like, oh shit, what an interesting place to pick up from the next book. And then they're also like, oh yeah, and then Lila went on Pirating Adventures. And you're just like, okay. Anyway, so tell me more about these world walkers. And then it's just like, do you really want to know about them? Nobody cares, girl. You want to know about them pirates, right? I mean, yeah, at some point probably, but like, I really want to know about like the magic. Like, do they get to Black London, which is the fourth world that was sealed off? Yeah, I mean, probably, yeah, at some point. But like, don't you want to know about this girl and her pirating adventures? This badass girl boss. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, you know, check in with her at time to time. But I mean, we were kind of sold with Kel being the main guy. Yeah, Kel's around, but like, you really care about him and his magic? Yeah, I do. I actually really want to know about him and his magic. And I also want to know about Holland, who they threw into another world, into a sealed off world, possibly forever. Kind of want to know like an update about him. And like Vitari, the embodiment of magic itself, is it still alive on the other side? You want to see this badass pirate cool girl go do cool things in this magicless world, right? Oh, why? Actually, is she? I can't remember. She might not have been in the, no, I think she went sailing in the magical world, but she's still powerless as far as we know. So we're just like watching her be a regular chick in a magical world. I mean, that's cool on the outset, but like when you set up all the stakes from the first book, you're just kind of like, what are we doing here? What's going on? What's really going on, V.E. Schwab? Did you just want to write a pirate story and you accidentally got that magical fuck in the way? Like, are you mad at him? Why? Please bring them back. But yeah, no, it's it's kind of, you know, underwhelming. All right. Let me put the book cover up there. I finally moved back to the book I intended to go back to. I can't believe I had like 30, 45 minutes, almost an hour worth of stuff to say about this. But then again, I can, because somebody needs to know. And I will, again, make a review on my YouTube channel about this. I'm cooking up several reviews. Trust and believe. I just don't want to put out so many at once that people think, oh, this is a book channel. And then like, when I start posting other stuff, they're just like, okay, so this is not a book channel. No, it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be variety commentary. But there's a YouTuber named World, WURLD, World, but spelled with a U. She posts book content and also other commentary stuff, and she's doing very well. I think it's just about interspersing the content, not putting a bunch of book reviews right next to each other, but like having a book review here, having a something else review here, having something else here, having Twitter drama here, like having whatever interspersed, and then coming back to like having full body content instead of posting a bunch of book reviews. And then once you get a couple eyes on you from that, people are being like, well, anyway, you being like, yeah, well, anyway, how about these movie reviews? And it's like, what? I didn't sign up for that. I don't care about you and your movie review stuff, but once people like you, they'll listen to anything you have to say. So, you know, figuring things out. God, even like starting this book just does me psychic damage. It's a reason I took so long to get to it. But enough pussyfooting around it. A Gathering of Shadows, Chapter 1, The Arnesian Sea. First sentence. Delilah Bard had a way of finding trouble. This is so book one type shit. She'd always thought it was better letting trouble find her, but floating in the ocean in a two-person skiff with no oars, no view of land, no real resources save the ropes binding her wrists, she was beginning to reconsider. The night was moonless overhead, the sea and sky mirroring the starry... Sorry, I just don't care. I just don't. And the funny part is I've read this chapter before because this was a preview in the last book. So like 5 or 6 pages of this chapter, not the whole chapter, but no, actually, yeah, the whole first chapter was in the last book as a preview. And as far as I skimmed it, it doesn't look like they edited anything out for spoiler sake or anything. So it's just the first chapter of this book in the last book. And I read it and I was just like, oh, I have never been filled with so much like disgust and like hatred for a character that even reading their name on the page fills me with like nausea. I'm not even kidding me. I'm not even kidding. The idea of reading a book where she's even in half of it makes me want to violently throw this book out of a window. I don't believe in book burning. Anyway. All right, I'll just give you the gist. I know I'm sounding so, but there's like a physical barrier keeping me from even giving a fuck, you know? That's crazy. I don't have that much animosity for the Caraval series, and I crap on that shit often. It is often the butt of every joke. But I don't hate the Caraval series in the way that I hate this character and don't want to read about her ever again. But I will do it for Holland. Just not right now. Not on stream. Maybe after I've cracked it open, I can read you guys a passage after I've already torn open that wound. But at the moment, I can't bear myself to do it. Let me see what else I got. Alright, what about Way of Shadows? We can make fun of Finale a little bit, which is the last book in the Caraval series, or the last book in the trilogy. There's spin-offs. God, why? God, how could you allow it? Why? So this is a cover I have for Way of Shadows. However, there is a stupider cover that looks like a failed Altair. Yeah. This guy who looks like, I don't know what the fuck he looks like. He looks stupid. I hate him. Now, as a teenager, if I saw this guy, I would have been like, oh my god, Assassin's Creed, and I would have bought the book. But yeah, now it doesn't do anything for me. I don't particularly like this cover like so much more, but I think it's more appropriate. So he does grow into a man, but right now in this book he's currently 14 or 16. But we start off with him as a 10 or 11-year-old. So I think let's see, 11, 12, 13, 14. I think we start off with him as an 11-year-old because I think at this current point in the book it is he's 3 years older. So here's the thing. He goes from being named Azoth, which is a cool name, to Kyler, which in 2008 when this was written probably was a cool name. But like, at what point in history was Kyler ever cooler than Azoth? I know that it's like, oh yeah, this is like, you know, it's just a different identity. It's not necessarily supposed to be cool, but I'm sorry. You were not changing my name to something as cool as Azoth to fucking Kyler Stern. No fucking way. He sounds like a bad romance love interest from like a Colleen Hoover book. All right, so at the point I'm at, I'm 31% in. On my Kobo copy, I'm page 230 of 732. It's not that many pages. I think it's like 500 pages. But again, when you remember, if you're zooming in or you're zooming out or you've got custom font settings, that's going to, you know, take up more or less space. So if you've got your text really big, then obviously you're going to have to press this button 700 more times as opposed to 500 more times, you know, because you don't have the benefit of having two sides. Your Kobo is not two-sided like a book. It's one sheet. So you're looking at pretty much one page. And again, you can adjust the font. So less than a page that will be in that book if you make the text too big. So yeah, for me on my Kobo, I'll have 732 pages, but I think the book tops out at like 500 something. I got the physical copy right here. Let me see. I even still got my bookmark in it, which is just a post-it note because I'm unoriginal. Okay, avoid spoilers. Avoid spoilers. Don't look. Okay, that's an acknowledgement, so that doesn't count. It doesn't count. Don't look. 537 pages, physical copy. This is a very good book too. It's a little bit tighter knit than the other books I have, but again, I think it's easier to make a kind of loose floppy book that just kind of falls open when it's a 300-page book, as opposed to one that needs a stronger spine, like one that has more pages. So if it needs a stronger spine, obviously it's not gonna quite fall open that same way, but it actually does a very good job at being very malleable. You don't have to fight with the book so much to get it to open up or anything. So I like that about it. Very good feeling. I don't really like the matte feel that they went with for the cover. It's very matte. It's not my favorite, but it does have good grip to it. So it's not like you're just gonna be like you putting this on your shelf and you just butterfinger it and just drop the thing or whatever. It did come kind of scuffed from Amazon, because that was the only place I was ordering my books from at that time before I decided to uniquely stop, because fuck Amazon. But that's where I order most of my books from. The Amazon covers are hit or miss. I think the Barnes and Noble covers are often better, but the covers that Amazon acquires sometimes are way better than the ones that you get at the bookstores. So it's hit or miss. Just always shop around. Go to thrift books if you want options, you know, and also get people secondhand copies instead of, you know, getting brand new ones, because like they're all the same book. And actually, I like when books are kind of well loved, which is why when they sent me a copy of like the 12 Caesars and it was like skint to hell and it had like a bunch of like skid marks on the front, not skid marks like ass skid marks, but it looks like it had been dropped and like briefly skid along the warehouse floor. I didn't send it back, one, because I hate sending things back, because I hate waiting for things to come again. Once they have come, I don't want them to be sent back ever. I don't like waiting. So I wasn't going to do it for that reason. But also, I actually didn't mind it. I thought it was very appropriate for a book about Caesar to be kind of beat up and roughed up. I mean, that man had a time. Okay, they fucked him up crazy style. So and it's funny because it's a streak right across, like it's his head bust where they have like the stone, you know, relief of him, and then it's like scraped right across like down his eye. So I thought that was pretty aesthetic. I was like, is this just what this book looks like? Nope, looked it up. That's not what that book looks like. That was my personal copy looks like. So I think I would actually like to buy secondhand books from people. I would like to see definitely books that people have annotated in. In fact, if there's a way that I could go and search by annotated books, like I would like to do that. The annotated wham. I would like the annotated wham. I would specifically like to get books where people have written their thoughts into it. And this idea of like, oh no, books are sacred, you should never write into it. I'm gonna need you to look at any person during history, and I guarantee you those books are written in and smashed to hell. Well-loved things are just that, well-loved, and it gives me happiness to know that somebody thoroughly enjoyed something to the point where they would write down their thoughts, dedications, maybe write the year that they read it, write their just anything, you know, write their thoughts about the writing, the prose. It's something as simple as just like, hell yeah, just things like that. I love that. So going forward, I will be trying to get all my books from thrift books, but I don't know if there's a way that you can specifically search books that are like well loved and written in. If there is, I definitely will want to find it. Anybody out there knows of like specific sites or specific vendors that sell books that have been like annotated in? Because like just because it's annotated in doesn't mean it should be written as like down as poor, you know? But I imagine that's what it's going to be listed as, poor or bad condition book. And I don't think that I should have to chance a book that's pretty much falling apart just to get a book that somebody might have written in, maybe. Anyway, we're gonna, sorry, tangents. I am full of them. But look at me, almost 4 hours of just straight yapping about books. Yeah, I'm sorry, we're not gonna get into do any yokai. We're not gonna do any yokai watch today. Sorry. I am having too much fun talking about the book. Sorry, no yokai watch today. But is anybody really falling out, crying, dying, screaming in the streets that I'm not playing more yokai watch? Oh boy, stop the presses. Anyway, Weight of Shadows. So we're gonna go back to chapter 1. The chapters aren't named anything in particular. They're just all chapter 1, chapter 2. Like, there's no filigree, there's no little art there, there's no nothing. It's just 1. Wait, why is it spaced like that? Alright. Chapter 1, Wave Shadows. Azaz squatted in an alley, cold mud squishing through his bare toes. He stared up at the narrow space beneath the wall, trying to get his nerve up. The sun wouldn't come up for hours, and the tavern was empty. Most taverns in the city had dirt floors, but this part of the Warrens had been built over marshland, and not even drunks wanted to drink standing deep ankle deep in mud. So the tavern had been raised a few inches on stilts and floored with stout bamboo poles. Coins sometimes dropped through the gaps in the bamboo, and the crawl space was too small for most people to go after them. The guild's bigs were too big, and the littles were too scared to squeeze into the suffocating darkness shared with spiders and cockroaches and rats and the wicked half-wild tomcat the owner kept. Worse was the pressure of the bamboo against your back, flattening you every time a patron walked overhead. It had been Azaz's favorite spot for a year, but he wasn't as small as he used to be. Last time, he got stuck and spent hours panicking until it rained and the ground softened beneath him enough that he could dig himself out. It was muddy now, and there would be no patrons, and Azaz had seen the tomcat leave. It should be fine. Besides, the rat, as in a name, was collecting guild dues tomorrow. And Azoth didn't have 4 coppers. He didn't even have 1, so there wasn't much choice. Rat wasn't understanding, and he didn't know his own strength. Littles had died from his beatings. Pushing aside the mountains of mud, Azoth lay on his stomach. The dank earth soiled his thin, filthy tunic instantly. He'd have to work fast. He was skinny, and if he caught a chill, the odds of getting better weren't good. Scooting through the darkness, he began searching the telltale metallic gleam. A couple of lamps were still burning in the tavern, so light filled through the gaps, illuminating the mud and standing water in strange rectangles. Heavy marsh mist climbed the shafts of light, only to fall over again. Spider webs draped across Azaz's face and broke, and he felt a tingle on the back of his neck. He froze. No, it was his imagination. He exhaled slowly. Something glimmered, and he grabbed the first copper. He slithered to the unfinished pine beam that he had gotten stuck under last time, and shoveled mud away into the water filled the depression. The gap was still so narrow that he had to turn his head sideways to squeeze underneath it. Holding his breath and pushing his face into the slimy water, he began the slow crawl. His head and shoulders made it through, but then a stub of a branch caught the back of his tunic, tearing the cloth and jabbing his back. He almost cried out and was instantly glad he hadn't. Through the wide space between the bamboo poles, Azaz saw a man seated at the bar, still drinking. In the Warrens, you had to judge people quickly. Even if you had quick hands like Azoth did, when you stole every day, you were bound to get caught eventually. All merchants hit the guild rats who stole from them. If you wanted to have any goods left to sell, they had to. If they wanted to have any goods left to sell, they had to. The trick was picking the ones who'd smack you so you didn't try their booth next time. There were others who beat you so badly you'd never have a next time. Azoth thought he saw something kind and sad and lonely in this lanky figure. He was perhaps 30, the wind whispered so quietly Azoth could barely distinguish the words. He held a flagon in his left hand and cradled something Azoth couldn't see in his right. After all the years I've served you, how could you abandon me now? Is it because of Vonda? There was an itch on Azoth's calf. He ignored it. It was just his imagination again. He reached behind his back to free his tunic. He needed to find his coins to get out of here. Something heavy dropped onto the floor above Azoth and slammed his face into the water, driving the breath from his lungs. He gasped and nearly inhaled water. Why, Durzo Blint, you never felt a surprise, the weight above Azoth said. Nothing was visible of the man through the gaps except for the drawn dagger. He must have dropped from the rafters. Hey, I'm all for calling a bluff, but you should have seen Vonda when she figured out you weren't going to save her. Maybe damn near bawl my eyes out. The lanky man turned. His voice was slow, broken. I killed 6 men tonight. Are you sure you want to make it 7? Azoth slowly caught up with what they had been saying. The lanky man was a wet boy, Durzo Blint. A wet boy was like an assassin, in the way a tiger is like a kitten. Among wet boys, Durzo Blint was indisputably the best. Or, as the head of Azoth's guild said, at least the disputes didn't last long. And I thought Durzo Blint looked kind. That's his internal monologue. The itch on Azoth's calf itched again, and it wasn't his imagination. There was something crawling up the side of his trousers. It felt big, but not as big as a cockroach. Azoth's fear identified the weight, a white wolf spider. Its poison liquefied flesh in a slowly spreading circle. If it bit, even with a healer, the best an adult could hope for was to lose a limb. A guild rat wouldn't be so lucky. Blint, you'll be lucky if you don't cut your head off after all you've been drinking. Just in the time I've been watching, you've had 8 flagons, and I've had 4 before that. Azoth didn't move. If he jerked his legs together to kill the spider, the water would splash and the men would know that he was there. Even if Durzo Blint had looked kind, that was an awful big sword, and Azoth knew better than to trust grown-ups. You're bluffing, said the man, but there was fear in his voice. I don't bluff, Durzo Blint said. Why don't you invite your friends in? The spider crawled up Azoth's inner thigh. Trembling, he pulled his tunic up in the back and stretched the waist of his trousers, making a gap and praying the spider would crawl out of it. Above him, the assassin reached 2 fingers up to his lips and whistled. Azoth didn't see Durzo move, but the whistle ended in a gurgle, and a moment later, the assassin's body tumbled to the floor. There were yells as the front and back of the doors burst open. The boards flexed and jumped, concentrating on not jostling the spider. Azoth didn't move, even when another dropping body pushed his face briefly under the water. The spider crawled across Azoth's butt and then onto his thumb. Slowly, Azoth drew his hand around so he could see it. His fears were right. It was a white wolf spider. Its legs as long as Azoth's thumb. He flung it away convulsively and rubbed his fingers, making sure he hadn't been bitten. He reached for the splintered branch holding the tunic and broke it off. The sound was magnified in the sudden silence above. Azoth couldn't see anyone through the gaps. A few feet away, something was dripping from the boards into a puddle. It was too dark to see what it was, but it didn't take much imagination to guess. The silence was eerie. If any of the men walked across the floor, groaning boards and flexing bamboo would have announced it. The entire fight had lasted maybe 20 seconds, and Azoth was sure no one had left the tavern. Had they all killed each other? He was chilled, not just from the water. Death was no stranger in the Warrens, but Azoth had never seen so many people die so fast and so easily. Even taking extra care to look out for the spider, in a few minutes, Azoth had gathered 6 coppers. If he were braver, he would have looted the bodies in the tavern, but Azoth couldn't believe that Durzo Blint was dead. Maybe he was a demon, like the other guild rat said. Maybe he was standing outside, waiting to kill Azoth for spying on him. Chest still tight with fear, Azoth turned and scooted toward his hole. 6 coppers was good. Dues were only 4, so he could buy bread tomorrow to share with Jarl and Doll Girl. I think it's Jarl, but I say Jarl because of Skyrim. He was a foot from the opening when something bright flashed in front of his nose. It was so close, it took a moment to come into focus. It was Durzo Blint's huge sword, and it was stuck through the floor all the way into the mud, barring Azoth's escape. Just above Azoth on the other side of the floor, Durzo Blint whispered, Never speak of this, understood? I've done worse than kill children. The sword disappeared, and Azoth scrambled out into the night. He didn't stop running for miles. So that's our first introduction to Durzo Blint, the man who would later become his mentor. And I still don't really know what to make of Durzo. He's not flat. He's certainly got that restrained, tortured figure about him. He lives by the principle that life is inherently worthless, and therefore that's why it doesn't matter when you take a life. You're not doing anything bad. You're not doing anything good. You're just doing something, and all things nevertheless don't matter in the end. He has this pessimistic view, I think, because if you had any other view, if you were like, life is meaningful and life is wonderful, and then you were a murderer, it would kind of be at odds with your own, personal philosophy. So obviously they don't call themselves assassins, they call themselves wet boys. You don't call a wet boy an assassin if you want to, I guess, live very long. I personally think Wet Boy sounds less cool than Assassin, but it's really not about what sounds cool, is it? Considering they name Azov Kyler Stern, and the main guy is named Durzo Blint. I mean, it's clearly not about cool sounding stuff. But again, it was written in 2008, a wildly different time. I was there at that time. It's crazy that came out the year Obama was elected. I remember where I was when Obama was elected. I still had a TV with a bubble face, like a RCA TV. I still had one of those. And I lived in a really shitty little neighborhood. And to think that, like, you know, sometimes you wonder, like, oh, wow, what if I had read this, you know, when this came out? What if I became a fan of this? What if I, like, so many tiny little ways your life could have been different. Would my life have been substantially different if I read Ray of Shadows in 2008? Probably not. But, like, when you read about a book that came out in like 1983, it's just like, okay, yeah, a book came out in 1983. That doesn't really mean much to you. But then it's like you read about a book that came out in like 2010 and you're just like, oh, wow, I was alive at that time. What was I doing? You know, like, you know, sometimes, but then there are books that like come to your life and change your whole life. Like, oh, what if I read Lord of the Rings? What if I actually read Harry Potter? Yeah, I haven't read Lord of the Rings yet. Leave me alone. I will get to it. It's just, it seems like a bit of an undertaking. Although, I think the books broken up isn't that much. I think when you put them all together, it's a lot. What the fuck was that? I love southern bugs. I love when they get into your room and you wonder what fucking species of creature is that. Anyway, so at the point I am in Way of Shadows is Kyler is about to, his name is fully converted to Kyler. A lot of shit has happened. Basically he has the potential for magic, a potential skill, but it has not come out of him yet. He's fully under Durzo Blint's apprenticeship. He has at this point been for 3 years. A lot of things happen. I will say if you are sensitive to, actually I'm gonna just point you to the book content warnings for this. Look up Wave Shadows content warnings. There are the book doesn't pull punches. It doesn't linger on really messed up shit, but it doesn't mind telling you, yes, like I know a lot of you know, stuff about like kids growing up on the streets, like, you know, like the little urchin children, that's what they call them, urchin, or little rats as they're called in here, little guild rats. Those frequently touch on like starvation, just generally being poor, having poor living conditions, having to do what you have to do, but and like maybe the fear of adults, but they don't really get into the nitty-gritty of things usually. And yeah, well, the worst part, and the thing is, these are teenagers bothering the children that are in the guild. Read between the lines. So it's not like, oh, the adults, it's like, oh wow, these are teens fucking up little kids. Like it's and the guild is just an extension of this whole corrupt underground. And I'm interested to see where it goes, but I gotta say, Assassin's Apprentice has got my heart right now. Way of Shadows had my attention. Way of Shadows had my attention, but Assassin's Apprentice caught my interest. So now I think my sort of reading order will be more like, my mainstay will be Assassin's Apprentice. My switch off will be Way of Shadows, and my begrudging read will be A Gathering of Shadows. And I will offset at some point with Finale, because I am reading Finale. Let's put the book cover up. I gotta say, no matter what I think about Finale, the cover's really nice. All of the covers are. I've got this set, the sort of Amazon set, that kind of became the mainstay, but there are several variations of these these Caraval covers, and all of them are nice. There are no bad Caraval covers. Every single cover, be it commissioned or what, they're all fucking great. Oh, okay. Anyway, finale so far is the same flavor of awful that the others are, but it's like each book gets stupider. I know stupider is not a word, but it needs to be in this case. Each book gets stupider. Each entry gets stupider. I hate them. I can't stand them. I really truly wish that that I could unbuy these, but you know, I'm a big boy now, and when you make big boy purchases, you unfortunately have to deal with the big boy consequences. And the big boy consequences say you wasted your money on a series you hate, and now you feel compelled to completely finish. Have fun! Wow, my tongue came out. I like that it has physics. It's fun. Have fun! Ding! You know, that their teeth makes this sound. Ding! Man. Why do I do these things to myself? But I was taking any and all recommendations. I'm sorry. I didn't realize yet that the internet had a taste that is something. And it is something to say the internet has this taste, because the internet is a conglomerate. You know, it's not fair to quite treat the internet like a hive mind, but sometimes it really truly feels like that. Because sometimes you'll be like, what everybody, you guys are foaming at the mouth over this? I wasn't impressed with the sample writing of this book. You read a whole trilogy of it? Couldn't be me. But there are people out there, some people, who don't like Red Rising, who actually despise Red Rising. I don't know any of these people in real life, but I wouldn't even know what to do if I met a person like that. What do you do? What do you say? I'm sorry that you don't like Peak? I'm sorry? Now, one could say that if I had been more well-read, I might not like Red Rising series as much. And going forward, who knows? I may read so much Peak that when I go back to that, it'll seem juvenile in comparison. But it is always going to have a special place in my heart for being a series that was the first series I connected with on that level as an adult reader, because I hadn't been this immersed in reading since being a high schooler. It's amazing how many things you don't do once you no longer have to do them, including socializing. So, you know, when you realize, oh, I wouldn't do this and I wouldn't do that and I wouldn't do that if I wasn't forced to, you realize, well, you know, I kind of want to pick up on some of those things, but having the motivation and carving out the time, it's not like talking about it, especially when these days everyone needs 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet and still have 14 roommates and a dog. So, you know, but you make a way. You know, life finds a way, you know? So I am proud that I've carved out time. I have now, you know, loaded some dear books to me on my Kobo that I can just take them wherever. I don't know why I didn't think that before. I was just like, okay, well, the Kobo was for some books that I just want to buy digital real quick. And physical books, I buy physical books to read otherwise. And I don't know what that was about. I don't know why I didn't think, well, why don't you buy the books that you were going to buy physical on your Kobo? But I'm still going to get physical books. I still like physical things, because at the end of the day, just because Kobo isn't as bad as Amazon and isn't as bad as Kindle, that does not mean that won't change. What if Kobo was bought one day? Kobo is a Japanese company, as far as I believe. And they could be sold at any time. They get new management. They could get a new CEO that takes up a lot of Kindle's. They like Kindle's policies about being able to update and change your books and keep you from transferring the licensure over to your PC, and keep you from using anything but the Kindle ecosystem, and try to keep you from downloading books offline. They could very well wake up one day and decide to do that. So never say, oh, well, this brand is better than this brand. It's all capitalism. It would all end in a trash fire. All you can do is mod your shit, back your shit up, make an archive, and buy physical. Never say, oh, well, since I got this company, they would never do that to me. That CEO may be the best person in the world, but you know what? That CEO will not live forever. So let's just say that CEO, already 60, dies in your lifetime. Next person up gets the fucking thing, and they completely sell out. Now, yeah, that person never betrayed you, but, oh, look, the capitalism machine keeps on ticking. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. It happens. So never put all your eggs in one basket. Always make backups of all your files. Always buy physical and always have an offline copy of things. And sail the high seas, friends. Because remember, these CEOs wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. Get whatever you want because we're going towards a subscription-based, you will own nothing and like it ecosystem steadily. Every day, people are starting to subscribe to things that used to just be a one-time cost, and everybody's seeing that that works. As long as they entrap you, monopolize you, they can make you do whatever they want you to do. So remember, always have a backup, always get physical, and always have something offline because they will nickel and dime you to death while you are working your 3 jobs. I promise you. Please, whatever you do, start downloading movies, start downloading books, start downloading video games and burning them to CDs. Burning CDs, what? Have stuff, backups, hard drives, have all your stuff and fucking hoard it like a little rat. I'm sorry, but it's necessary. This is not a drill. We are losing access to things in real time. Books are being censored, things are being erased. We're literally seeing the rise of AI, it will get to the point where AI videos and real life videos will be indistinguishable. So take every precaution you can and keep your stuff. And also, they're starting to put AI retouching on YouTube. Yeah, so they're just casually like doing that weird AI smoothing thing, but worse to videos. So they're now, you won't even be able to trust your own content. Did I upload that? That looks weird, kind of uncanny. What? It just, trust me. Or don't trust me, look it up. And also, if you're there, please stop using AI. If you use AI, please look up how many gallons in Texas have dried up. Texas is in a neighborhood in Tennessee, a black neighborhood. I know, black people, who gives a fuck, right? Please, they don't want to die. Their water's drying up. Texas is drying up. This is literally doing so much damage to the world in short times. The billionaires will be sipping tea on an island somewhere with their water, with their generators, with everything they need, while you suffer and fucking dehydrate and still have to work your 3rd job, or you will be put out into the street where you will absolutely die in the heat wave that is being induced by these GPUs. I sound like a conspiracy theorist. You can look up everything I'm saying. This is the worst heat wave in history, and it's not going to get worse. I mean, it's not going to get better. Oh, it will get worse. It will get worse. These AI farms, everything that's going on is literally killing the planet so much faster than coal has. And the last fucking, however it's long it's been fucking in use, it is fossil fuels. I wish they were that it girl. AI is a new ozone killing it girl. And you best believe they don't give a fuck about you. And then in America, once you pass out from the heat stroke and once you can't get any water because your neighborhood is completely cut off because the AI is using so much of it to cool their GPUs, then you're going to go to the American healthcare system where you won't be able to pay your rent or pay your bill. You are fucked. Just preserve your media and call your senators. And take care of each other. I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Sorry for the fear mongering at the end. I believe in you. Love you all. I have been Keke Deaky, your zombie roommate, and I hope you have a